It's like the
you don't want to commit to them. This is our real ninjas. These are the real ninjas.
Very little like
It's because you can try.
my first semester was taking majors.
Yeah, Carly was like, I don't mind something. Yeah, you're good. Me. You're good. Thank you. I got it for my local. She was a teacher and then she stopped. Because I do teachers. You're here. I'm here. I'm back. I knew they couldn't keep me out for that. Oh, I do love your hair. They're so mean. You read it? What? It's my Bible.
Anna,
Yes.
is there a public version of your?
Should.
And you can email me that link.
I love it. Yeah.
Everyone else.
So congratulations. This is so nice. Like a little piece of flower with the cows. I was talking to Andrew. He was like, how interesting is it that Carson is writing in? And I was like, that is the best thing ever. I thought it was so funny. That was old version. Yeah. No, I'm so excited. Moving back here. Hey Brian, you can try it now. If not, I'll send it.
You know what to me, or I should check your.
Okay, I'll email.
Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah. Chair's open. Chair's open. I got invited to see you. It's okay. You can send me. If that's what you want. I'm already being I just did.
Okay, yeah, we're good.
You can sit. I just sit over here and
Well, trying to decide what you do daughter.
I'm excited. I'm really tired. It's enough. I still there's like no one.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I didn't want to intrude, so I was trying to step back so I wasn't like.
Yeah, your unbiases and everything.
I'm just gonna like. I don't want to intrude. Now that we don't affect yoga.
When? I don't know.
So
I think because I don't take it seriously enough. And I need. Well, I do.
Because of my other friends.
Like we're having a serious time, yes. But like today, you know, see what else is going on.
I don't bend.
I'm trying to learn how to bend.
In running, the most bending I need is
Oh my God, you're so much fun.
I didn't even notice. Oh my God.
donuts. I do not. I was like, I don't want to very often.
This is the first one I'm wearing out.
I do very pleased. I don't know.
So you didn't do that. Essentially, I did.
Okay, if it's from Hattie, I'll get it.
I hope I told this right.
So I think that's a compliment.
I mean, you're wearing one all the way to the other side.
Yeah.
I just tried to edit the link based on the video. I think that's really Oh, we're going for it. We're going for it.
Yeah.
See, I've already
Then I got to see last year. As her yeah, and obviously I don't really
Very clear.
I imagine it's kind of weird not having the full career. Don't apologize for bringing you out. Yeah. I make that joke every day. It's a joke. I owe so much to this school.
I know. It's my fun to go back and think.
I'm glad to dress in the Girl, let's go.
Check.
How are you feeling? Is that your section today? Oh, I'm not playing. Oh, yeah. Thank you. It's like, no.
No, I didn't.
I feel like there's a chance, but I don't.
It's not immediate though.
Our name tag still a thing?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No, not these.
And so,
I'm like Venmo. Right now, I just. I'm seeing what happens. I'm getting no.
I don't do that. No, I'm actually.
It's like a keep it for mine on my fridge. I have my own one, my speaker one, my husband's one.
I wish
Oh, definitely sounds like a big thing.
Brady,
I can call Carson today on it. It's gonna be really awkward. Look, I was thinking about sitting here so that we wanted like a bag. I was saying, wait, no, what's next door? It's the next one. Do you want to sit with this space here? No. Have our bags in that middle ground?
I really like. I just thought that that's like it's marvelous. You know, I use it next to like just get on the.
I'm gonna not see it.
It's like I went over to.
I'm there.
I brought a big one.
That's so bad.
I brought a large that was
Let me get a picture. Imagine actually. I go stand by.
Look, I've had plenty of coffee before I got so
I need this.
Starbucks.
Yeah, because this one's not the taste of my depression.
Everyone loves my fit last week, and I was like, oh,
Robert.
The thing is,
It's what I like.
at listening to a single or something and doing it. So, I don't think that's what we
Wait, you're not, I was gonna say, I'm not either.
I'm allowed to. Yeah. So I'm about 10, but I'm MK. So I'm like MK gender.
Okay. That's
I actually am going to skip the So I'm more on the human health side, but I took one class with it. Technically, I'm the sole representative. I know, it's so sad. My sister really me, she encouraged me to do it. So, I think it's staff now, but before, publications.
Some people dress up, some people don't.
So I was the travel allocations chair. Back in the day. So back in the day, you know, when I said like 2019, 2020. Not that long ago, but long enough ago that apparently the names have changed. Alexa and I were talking about it when we were met, and she was like, so, yes, Alexa encouraged me to be. I think life here is just yeah, it must be from something else. I'm from Nebraska, so I definitely don't know people from that. But your name sounds really familiar to me. Or that, like in your, like I see your emails and I was like, were you an intern? Honestly, I think it's possible. Honestly, I'm not on campus all that often, but I'm scared. It's like seems really familiar. Yeah, which for me is like it was around K-State Harvard. I've been here for a long time. I was always my favorite market. So I'm a so I started in Boston, but I finished my undergrad in 2021, and now I've been around. I work at like I'm sometimes and I'm just primarily remote. So I'm actually in about in about like 2 years. Yeah, I'm already incredibly complicated. Long story short, my husband is not a U.S. citizen. He's from Saudi Arabia. We met in the intern program, whatever the heck it's called now. It's an intern program to me. I know. And so, like, with our marriage and everything, that just kind of took precedent for a while. Finally, I guess you could call it. So I decided that I wanted to do my MBA before I went into med school. And it's super relevant for gynecologist. My work right now is primarily becoming a mom. And maybe classes that you take. And expecting, it's like the classics. So right now, that content is 62 pages. So translate. We have anything else to finish. So we just don't have the capacity to do that. And it's literally reading a textbook. So doing that having a bit like this. I'm moving. And then I'm a medical coder. This year, so I do. I'm everywhere. I'm everywhere. I do everything. I also teach tutor biostats. So it's what I take biological biology. You will. smaller teams. There were like the that I wish I had. I do. I'm trying to save people from my I know. For me, I would we had people stop at the beat and be like, hey. I need to like they'll have like 50 people or just like I've been a senator for about a month, but I was a senator for 3 years. Yes, so I'm technically stay forever, but I have been re-recruited.
I now call this meeting of the Student Senate to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to begin our Student Senate meeting taking place on Thursday, March 28th, 2024 with a land acknowledgement. We recognize that Kansas State University, as the first land-grant institution, stands on the ancestral lands of the Kaw people. Our state of Kansas is home to 4 federally recognized Native nations, the Iowa, Kickapoo, Prairie Band, Potawatomi, and Sac and Fox. We must remember that the land serving as the foundation for this institution was and still is stolen land acquired by white settlers. We pledge our commitment to creating decolonized spaces at the university while advocating for the support and future success of Indigenous faculty, staff, and students here at K-State. And with that, Speaker Pro Tem Kappelman will take it away with our first roll call.
Biggs.
Here, my proxies.
Black.
Here.
Blood.
Here.
Bergen.
Here.
Carlgren.
Here.
Koch.
Here.
Dival Bliss.
Here.
Ediger.
Here.
George.
Here.
Giefer.
Here, my proxy.
Glanville.
Here.
Glasscock.
Here.
Haynes.
Here.
Hannah. Hesseltine.
Here.
Hoffman.
Here.
Holmes.
Here.
Holzmeister.
Here.
Islam. Jacobson. Jonak.
Here.
Kaplan. Carton.
Here.
Keen.
Here.
Kidd.
Here.
Kermer.
Here.
Lee.
Here.
Lilly.
Here.
McCauley. Moore. Otto.
Here.
Peterson.
Here.
Polanco.
Here.
Prey. Robbie.
Here.
Oh, thank you, Emily. Robbie.
Here.
Rice. Richenberg.
Here.
Rizzo.
Here.
Saya.
Here.
Shasavari.
Here.
Shirky.
Here.
Shrivastava.
Here.
Stewart. Strunk.
Here.
Sushanik.
Here.
Talbert.
Here.
Vogel. Volgamore. Wolf.
Here.
And Zacko.
Here.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, with that, we will go into first open period, and our first open period today is University President Dr. Richard Linton.
And say your taps on the count of three. I'll capture this on my phone. This is for social media. 1, 2, 3. Go Cats! Thank you. Appreciate that. How's everybody doing tonight? Good. How many are newly elected senators? How many are old timers? Welcome to the newbies and welcome back to the meeting. So in the 10 minutes that I have today.
Can you use the mic? I'll stand
Oh,
there
I've got to use the mic. Can I walk around with it?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have a PowerPoint?
Yes.
You should. So what I was hoping to do is to, just for a few minutes, talk a little bit about the strategic plan that we just kind of launched back in September, specifically as it benefits students and some of the things that we think that are important to be able to do to enhance the student experience. Then I'd like to take the rest of the time that I have and answer any questions that you guys have. Oh, perfect, great. All this technology. Now if I can only figure out how to do it. This is a test.
Fine.
Not this one? This one. This one. This one. Okay, figured it out. Okay. So this is one of the really proud slides that I like to show when I'm talking to alumni, when I'm talking to parents, when I'm talking to prospective students, but I should also put it in front of the students that are here. Three numbers that I think are really important: 96, 81, and 96. So 96% of the students that apply to Kansas State are accepted. And I think that's a great number because that's the spirit of what a land-grant university is. The purpose and hope of a land-grant is to provide opportunities for all of the citizens of the state. Compare that to North Carolina State, where I was before here, and only 38% of students were accepted. So I'm really proud to come to a historic foundational land-grant that still believes in the mission of a land-grant, which is finding a way to be able to provide opportunities for all. The second is, we know that student affordability is a big issue and student debt is a big challenge that we have. And so K-State's been working really hard on that. So 81% of our students receive some form of financial assistance, whether that's from the university, from the state, or whether it's through philanthropic means. In fact, last year, we raised $120 million for scholarships. Some of that is cash and some of that put into an endowment to continue the effort to be able to lessen the cost of a college education. And what's really interesting is sometimes our tuition goes up, but the overall cost to go to college at K-State actually goes down. And so we're working really hard to be able to lessen those costs. And when I'm trying to sell K-State to parents, I say there's a 96% chance that your son or daughter will have a job when they graduate. And that's also a really high number compared to NC State. That's about 10 percentage points higher. And relative to the amount of students that receive some form of financial assistance, that's over 20 percentage points higher. So really kind of three important things that I think you should be really proud of at being at K-State. So we went through this process over the last year and a half to be able to develop a strategic plan that's going to take us to 2030. And that strategic plan is called Next Gen K-State. And I just want to show this slide so that you recognize how diverse our stakeholders are, from alumni to donors, to stakeholders, to legislators, to the Kansas Board of Regents, to faculty, students, and staff. And they were all involved and they were all engaged in creating this strategic plan that we call the Next Gen Strategic Plan. Students were involved in 6 different task forces. Students were also involved in the End Advisory Committee that helped provide the final recommendations when we put the plan together. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but if you want to find out more about the strategic plan, you can go to kstate.edu/strategic planning. Some of the things I'll just pull out of here. One of the important concepts that we pulled out was something called One K-State. And so we're trying to work more efficiently across all the different units and departments, across all the physical campuses in Olathe and Salina and Manhattan, and through all the counties to be able to efficiently try to do things together. We actually have, we tried to simplify it by having 17 different things that we measure over 10 strategic imperatives. I'm going to show you that in just a minute so you understand what we're trying to do, what we're trying to accomplish, and how it impacts students. When we set metrics and we set targets, it was around things that you might expect: student learner enrollment and the experience. You all know that student enrollment has been a major challenge here at K-State. And with lower student enrollment, it actually provides less opportunities for our students because we don't have the tuition dollars to be able to create programs and help to be able to enhance the student experience. So we're working on enhancing student and learner enrollment, as well as the student experience. We have one of the best student experiences in the country, right? And the Princeton Review every year says that K-State is tops when it comes to happiest students, when it comes to experience with healthcare, experience with athletics, and best quality of life. But we don't want to stop there. We want to enhance that experience and make it even better. Student retention, student graduation, research innovation, engagement, especially with our stakeholders in the state, economic prosperity, being a university that can help create jobs for the state and bring industry and keep people in the state is really important to us. And then operational excellence around the things that we do to run the university. So I don't want to bore you to death, but I do want to at least give you an idea to be able to show you that we have a runway, we have a pathway in moving forward. These are our strategic plan metrics. And I'll highlight just a couple of them that I think are important. If you look at the top, you'll see it says total learners. So we're talking about students in really two different ways today, which was different from how we've done things in the past. We think about degree-seeking students like you and non-degree seeking students. Those that might, let's say someone's at Cargill and they've been working for 20 years and they want to elevate themselves in their career and get involved in data analytics. Well, 20 years ago, data analytics didn't exist. Trust me, I was there. And so the thought is, how can we provide credentials or certificate programs so that they can elevate themselves in their career? But the other big difference is we're also going to be able to help provide education to help those that don't want a 4-year degree or want to get a 2-year degree. We're talking about how we can help community colleges, because at the end of the day, a mission of a land-grant institution is to educate the people of the state. And that's both for degree seeking and non-degree seeking. So for our undergraduates, we're looking at trying to get back to where we were at our peak in 2014, which is around 23,000 to 25,000 students. That's where we're hoping to go. And these non-degree seeking students, which we're calling alternative credentials, about 5,000 to 7,000 students. So we're working on making investments to make both of those things happen. What's happening different with enrollment? Our technology's different. Our communications are better. $120 million in scholarships. All of these things move us forward to be able to attract more students. All of these other things that are kind of highlighted in the pink color are about how to make a better student, how to have a better student experience, and how to enhance the reputation and brand of our students that are in K-State and those that graduate from K-State. You'll see that we have at the bottom 8 and 9 are metrics around research expenditures, and that's the research enterprise. And we look at that from a competitive grants perspective. And you'll see we've got some pretty robust goals. We're looking at enhancing about 40% more than where we are today in both of those areas. You'll see that there's other kinds of metrics around better connections throughout the state through cooperative extension, making investments in facilities. We're about $700 million behind when it comes to repair and renovation. What we're doing today is we're focusing on classrooms. So I hope that you're seeing that some of our classrooms are getting better. Some look like they were born in 1950, and some look like they were born in 2020, and we want more of those to be kind of classrooms that are much more modernized to enhance the student experience. Fundraising is another big thing that we're working on, and students represent about 50% of why we raise money to be able to enhance the student experience and provide scholarships. The last thing I wanted to talk about before I turn it over for a couple of minutes for questions, I hope I have a couple minutes, is the number one thing that bubbled up in strategic planning was this place is known for the student experience. And if we are known for the student experience, what can we do to elevate that? So we reached out to our external stakeholders who employ our students and said, what are we great at? What are we not great at? What are we not doing that we need to do to create leaders of tomorrow and for our students to be more competitive in the marketplace? And they said, what you need is two things: a new set of skills and a guaranteed set of experiences. So the skills include things like leadership, like what you're doing right here, right? Not all the students have an opportunity to do something like this. This puts you in a different class, a different level. It makes you more marketable. Communication skills, negotiation skills, team building, financial literacy is a big one. Some 80% of students that leave with a college degree don't know how to properly balance a checkbook. All right, so we're working on financial literacy, problem solving, negotiation skills. On the other side, the opportunities would include things like an undergraduate research project, an internship, an international experience, and an experience like what you have here in student government and with the Senate. So by 2025, we want every student to have an opportunity to have a couple of things in the opportunity box and a couple of things in the skill box. By 2030, we want every single student to have some of the things in each of those boxes, so that when we're talking about K-State and we're talking about our students, we are a level above. We can say that our students have extra skills and extra experiences, which is a brand of our student that we're trying to create. So this is the biggest issue that came out of strategic planning, where we've got a $30 million aspirational goal from a fundraising perspective to be able to make the student experience better than what it is today. So with that, how much time do I have for questions?
We'll start with 4, but it can be
Okay.
extended.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. If I don't get any, then 4 it is. But if I get some, oh, I got a lot.
Senator
Okay.
Divalbis.
Hi, President Lynn. So I have a question. I've heard that high school graduation rates in Kansas are going down right now. Is that true? And if so, where will the added enrollment numbers come from?
Great question. I'll give you the statistics. So about 12 years ago, 57% of high school students that graduated went to college in the state of Kansas. Today, that number is 42%. Huge difference, 15 percentage points different. So there's two things we're doing. One thing is a system with the Kansas Board of Regents. We are developing a marketing document which articulates the value of higher education and the value of a degree. And to be able to show what the value of a degree is in a 20 to 35 year career span, because the value is quite marketably different for the average person who has a degree versus a person that doesn't have a degree. But with the demographics of the population remaining pretty much steady and less going to college, we don't have enough students in state in order to be able to accomplish our goals. So right now, today, we're about 80-20, 80% in-state, 20% out-of-state. The goal is to be able to shift to 70-30 and provide more opportunities for out-of-state students. That's a good thing for a lot of reasons. Only 41% of our students remain in the state of Kansas after they graduate. We're losing too many students. So by bringing more students from out-of-state into the state of Kansas, the hope is that we'll have a better workforce of tomorrow and keep more people in the state of Kansas. So a much higher marketability for out-of-state students, trying to compete better in-state, and then working on a better marketing plan for articulating the value of higher education. So today, versus 2 years ago, you can actually come to K-State guaranteed out-of-state with in-state tuition if you have a GPA that's a 3.9. And it scales down to a 3.25, which would be 50% off of out-of-state tuition. So we're working really hard to be able to develop strategic ways to be able to get there in a very difficult market. Good question.
Senator Glanville.
Hello, President Linton.
Good evening.
So on the topic of inclusion and making sure everybody here at K-State is welcome, what is the university's plan to include those receiving financial aid that aren't private student loans if their GPA is, say, under 3.0, even though students that have a 2.0 or higher are still in good academic standing with the university, as quite a few scholarships are academic based with that stipulation of 3.0.
So we have scholarships that are need-based, financial need-based, We have demographic scholarships, and we also have scholarships that are academically based. So I think the answer to your question is we have a diversity in scholarships that we offer to be able to meet different students' needs. Good question.
Senator Glasscock.
First, thank you for coming here to talk with us.
Sure.
You talked about kind of making sure that students have as many academic opportunities as they can.
Yep.
Are there any plans to publish or make clear transfer classes from, say, community colleges?
It's a great question. So a couple things we're doing. When I talked about developing that marketing plan through the Kansas Board of Regents, one of the goals is to be able to talk about how seamless it is in the state of Kansas for transfer from high school to college, and from 2-year to 4-year, and from 4-year to 4-year. So 2 or 3 years ago, it was very difficult to be able to make those transfers work. So quite often, it wasn't a 2+2 with a community college and a 4-year
Time for questions
institution.
has expired.
Remember that it can be extended by a max of 4 minutes. So, Senator Jonak.
I move to extend the speaker's time for questions by 4 minutes.
Is there an objection? The speaker's time is extended.
Did I answer your question?
Not quite.
Okay, keep going.
You talked about the problem that 2+2 doesn't equal 4, and I'm sure people agree.
So what the Kansas Board of Regents has been doing has been making it much more possible for the seamless transition where English in Emporia State counts for English at K-State and vice versa. But we need to be able to do it from high school to college, from 2-year to 4-year, and from 4-year to 4-year for it to work. Good question.
Senator George.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for recommending me. I must say, I sincerely want to appreciate the university because I am a partaker of the funding. I'm an international student, and right now I'm a PhD student, and I'm on funding. I want to appreciate the school. My question goes thus. Now, what measures is the school putting in place to give more funding to international students? Like, is there any measures probably in subsequent years, probably coming semester, or in the future? Like, is the school open to probably increase rate of funding for international students?
Yeah, with international students, I think there's a lot of work that we need to do. I think we had a great loss in COVID relative to the recruitment of international students. I mean, almost 50% of our international students we lost. I think we need to regain those relationships with international countries. And I think we also need to think about how we can accommodate the needs of international students. As an example, I went to an international forum a few weeks ago and learned about the challenges associated with some international students around simple things like transportation and not having the opportunity to be able to get to a supermarket in order to be able to buy food, or some of the challenges associated with daycare when they're bringing their families with us. So I think K-State used to be really known for a university that had high international student numbers that were very highly supported, and I think COVID caused a difference and a challenge, and we're trying to regain where we were in the past. One of the things that we're doing in that route is we're developing a directory, kind of all the work that we do internationally, to be able to understand all the faculty and all the staff that are engaged in international countries around the world, to be able to understand what opportunities we have to be able to regrow the university and enhance international student participation. It's an important goal the university has.
Senator Jonak.
I'm over here. Hi, surprise. I'm in the front. So I'm an out-of-state student myself.
Yep.
Who was recruited here. Can you elaborate a little bit more on recruitment strategies and what we're doing differently to try to attract more out-of-state?
So for out-of-state students, we're actually using a model that was used at the University of Arkansas. So the University of Arkansas grew 7,000 students in 5 years, all out of state. And they did it with enhanced scholarships, which we're doing. But then what we do is we embed recruiters into different parts of the U.S. where we know that there's a market for folks that want to come to K-State. So that would obviously be Nebraska, Colorado, Oklahoma, Missouri, and Arkansas, but it also includes Illinois. It includes Texas. Texas is actually our second biggest market in California. So it's scholarships and it's recruitment strategies. Good question.
Senator Shirkey.
Referencing the strategic plan metrics from earlier.
Yep.
There's a lot of, there's some very.
Time for questions has expired.
Senator Suchanek.
I move to extend the rules, suspend the rules and extend by 5 minutes. Second.
Is there an objection? The
Totally
speaker's time is
cool.
extended.
Thank you. Thank you.
So there's plans for significant financial expansion in the university's funding. For example, with like research, I think it was like 220 million to 250 million by 2055, and then 300.
Yep.
Where is the money coming from?
So
Without
this
massively
is
raising tuition for the students.
no. This is external competitive grants. So it's through USDA, NSF, and those kinds of things. And so the way that we enhance grantsmanship through research is the hiring of more faculty, the keeping of the really great faculty that we have, creation of better research space, and having interdisciplinary research efforts through space and through programs. And so the university is investing in space. We're investing in interdisciplinary teams. In fact, there's a new water team. There's a new data analytics team that's involved in agriculture, as two examples. But that's all outside dollars that we compete for that comes back to the university, and actually a portion of that goes back to the students. 52% of the money that comes in from most grants actually can be used by the university for operational support, and more than half of that goes back to the colleges. So it's a way for us, when we think about bringing resources into the university, tuition is one of them, but it's a small one. It's service, which is another piece. It's research grants that bring in what's called indirect costs, and it's philanthropy. And we look then we also look at state and federal funding as well. As an example, this week we had $33.5 million that came in to be able to support research and education from the federal government. So we have a portfolio of ways that we look at bringing resources in. Enhancing competitive grants is one of the ways to do that. It wouldn't do anything but lessen tuition for students.
Senator Srivastava.
President Linden.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm fine.
Want to see you again.
Nice to see you.
So on your slide, you wanted to expand opportunities for students, and two of your bullet points was design teams and student organization.
Yep.
What is kind of like your vision or like hope for how student organization design teams will evolve to expand opportunities for more students?
Yeah, I hate to push a question back to you, but the question would go back to students. How could we enhance that experience? Or what are some of the design teams that we don't have in place today that we need to have place in tomorrow? Or how can we help further support the design team, which will make it more attractive for more students to participate and be involved?
You want to answer to that?
Sure. Go ahead.
So, I'm going to speak for college engineering because I'm not familiar with agricultural design teams, but we honestly, all of us are self-funded pretty much. We get probably on average 25 to 40% of our funding comes from college engineering departments, et cetera, university, SPA, but the rest are self-fundraised. But when every hour we spend fundraising is an hour less we're spending on engineering, design, competition-related tasks. So for us, the easiest and quickest thing for the university to do is simply fund machine shops and tools, stuff that furthers both the strategic innovation part of the K-State Vision 2030 as well as design.
So that $30 million I talked about as an aspirational goal would go towards things just like what you suggested. But we're going to have to come back and ask the groups and ask the students, what is it that you need that we can, help enable you to be more efficient and actually do the learning piece rather than the fundraising piece.
Senator Haynes.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
How has the end of affirmative action affected diversity in admissions at Kansas State?
At this point, it hasn't had a tremendous impact, and it hasn't had a tremendous impact because we've got a 96% acceptance rate. I think it has impacted other universities with a much lower acceptance rate. Since you asked a question along this area, there are two bills that are circulating in the state relative to diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. One out of the Senate and one out of the House. We're working very hard to be able to push the House version, because if the House version goes forward, it doesn't change anything that we do. If it's the Senate version, then we have to figure out a way how to work within that bill.
Senator Hoffman.
Yeah, my question revolves around that final slide of getting all students to have the access to opportunities and skills.
Yep.
How are you planning to ensure that you get to that number? Because I would imagine it would be pretty hard to ask all 100% of K-State students if they had an opportunity.
So here's the challenge that I put to Leadership Studies, who's leading this program. How do we validate?
Time for questions has expired.
Senator Sushanik.
I move to suspend the rules and extend time for questionings by 5 minutes. Second.
Is there any objections? The time is extended.
How do we find a way to be able to validate and verify that every single student has had some of those things in each box? So I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do it, but we're going to develop a mechanism to be able to do it.
Can I get a follow-up?
Not granted. Senator Peterson.
So you talk about like all these out-of-state recruitment and everything.
Yeah.
Especially in the College of Ag. Like if my parents didn't come to K-State, I would have went to Fort Hays because Fort Hays is the cheaper.
Yeah.
How are you incentivizing? I mean, you're saying scholarships, but how do you rural schools are losing, or Hays is getting those students and K-State's not?
Yeah, it's a great question. We have lost market share in rural parts of the state, especially in western Kansas, in Dodge City, Liberal, Garden City, Colby, and those kinds of areas in the state. We've got more recruiters now that are working in those areas of the state, but we're also partnering with community colleges, much more than we ever have been before in 2+2 kinds of arrangements. But we've got to be better engaged throughout the state. We have to be present. One of the things I learned, we just finished visiting all 105 counties and communities in Kansas. It was fun, but it was exhausting. But what I learned is we haven't been present. We haven't been engaged. And if you're not present and you're not engaged, you're not going to be successful. And so it's better recruitment. I think it's better partnership with community colleges, and also being able to find a way to be able to show that for a degree in agriculture, there are benefits to go to K-State versus Fort Hays in many areas, and being able to show what that difference is, to be able to show that the cost differential is worth the price. What part of the state are you from?
Central.
Central part. Like?
McPherson.
Okay, yeah.
Senator Edgar.
Sorry, right here.
It's okay.
I know you mentioned earlier that only 41% of graduating students are staying in state.
That's right.
Is that correct?
Yep.
So in addition to increasing the number of out-of-state students, I know you mentioned lowering the number to 73. Is there anything the university is doing to encourage students to stay in state?
What has to happen is, the reason that's happening is wages are higher out of state, especially in Texas and in Missouri, who are drawing a lot of our students out. So it's going to need to be that we are producing students that are going to be very competitive for higher paying job markets. But also the state's going to have to respond, and industry is going to have to respond for us to be more competitive. So it's kind of a partnership that we're going to have to do with commerce and with businesses in the state of Kansas. If we're going to expect to keep people in Kansas, we need to compensate them fairly. That's our biggest issue and challenge.
Senator Sushanik.
With the Next Gen plan and the Health Promoting University plan, do you see any plan to support Cats Covered in the future?
Yeah, so I mean, Cats Covered, we support it right now in a big way, and helped with the creation of that new facility. You know, knowing that at any given time, 20 to 30% of students need food, and that's a very important resource for them to be able to get food. I'm glad that you mentioned Health Promoting University, because I think that's a step forward in a major direction. When you think about what we should be doing for our students, we should be doing health, we should be doing nutrition, we should be doing wellness, we should be doing mental health wellness. It's a major issue and challenge that I don't think that we've tackled, and glad that we're finally taking off and doing that. Good question.
Senator Heseltine.
To defer my speaking rights to Justice Cannon.
Yeah, thank you. You addressed the disparities between in the academic buildings on campus. When it comes
Yes.
to renovations and
Yes.
prioritizing different buildings,
Yes.
how is administration like tackling each one? Like how are they ordering their priorities and what's
Yeah.
that looking like?
It's a great question. We have a number of different groups and committees that work on that every single day, and we're actually developing a master plan for the university that'll be out in 2025 with all of those priorities that takes us to 2030. Right now, our priorities are taking down Edwards, taking down not Ahern, but the pieces on the side of Ahern, which is the natatorium and the old gym. And then we have a $210 million investment that's being made in agricultural facilities. It's actually 9 different buildings. 3 will come down. The livestock arena will come down, which is in between Call Hall and Weber Hall. Schellenberger comes down, and Feed Tech, which is connected with Schellenberger. 2 buildings will be renovated, Call Hall and Weber Hall, to be modernized. A new building will be put in the middle of those 2 buildings where the livestock arena was, and that'll be an interdisciplinary agricultural building, which supports grain, milling science, grain science, animal science, food science. It's many different disciplines working together. And then there'll be a new livestock arena up on the hill, up by the stocker unit, and 2 new agronomy buildings. There's a lot of work, there's a lot of effort that goes into trying to determine, how do we tackle these challenges on campus. With $700 million, there's all sorts of opportunities. We're always thinking about what's the need, what's the opportunity. With the example of the agriculture facilities, there was an opportunity in the state to match and leverage, and funding that could come from state stakeholders, ag stakeholders, to be able to make it happen. But most of the time we're thinking about students. How do we renovate classrooms? So I think 92 classrooms.
Time for questions has expired.
Senator Dybelbis.
I would like to move to suspend the rules and extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes.
Second.
No. Is there an objection? The speaker's time is extended.
So there's 92 classrooms that we're working on. The one we're really trying to figure out what right now is what to do with Ahern. And we believe that Ahern needs to be a building that helps support student success, but we haven't figured out what that looks like in a way in which we could gain state support for funding and philanthropic support for funding and have something on campus that is transformational. But we talk about those things, almost every week to be able to try to figure out what is the best way forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator
and
Dybelbis.
sorry. Actually, I should send something, and I don't know who maybe it's Brady, I can send it to you. There is a survey instrument, an app, that's open until April the 5th for all faculty, students, staff, and external stakeholders about what they think should be priorities relative to building and construction. And if I don't send it to you tomorrow, remind me tomorrow. Just send me a text or an email. I'll send it to you, and you can get it out, and you can distribute it to students. Yeah.
Senator Dybelbis.
So I have a question as a follow-up to that topic. How did we get to this point of being $700 million behind, and what are we doing to make sure that doesn't happen in the future, I guess?
Well, we've gone from investing about $35 million a year to a little over $100 million a year, and we'll do that for the next several years. There is a Senate bill that's out there which could provide K-State $7 to $8 million a year over the next 10 years, which we would have to have a 1-to-1 match on. I think it was a very difficult time for many years where there were budget cuts. And I think when there's budget cuts, it's very, very hard to be able to renovate facilities and have new capital construction. We're in a better place financially. We've got a really good team that's planning for the future. And I think that's different too. I think we just have really creative people that are working hard on it. But we know space is important. When you talk to students and you ask students why they came or why they didn't come, space is affordability and space and probably people are the 3 most important things. I can tell you 90% of this, who's here from the business school? Raise your hand. Is one of the reasons you came was because of that totally awesome building? So it's an attractor because when you walk in that building, it says more than new and modern. It says these guys got it together. They're working with industry and they're putting the student experience up front as being very important.
Senator Shirkey.
So this is on recruitment of new students.
Yeah.
You spoke a lot about how we're going to interact with community colleges, which is very important.
Yeah.
How are we going to interact with high school students? Because,
Yeah.
you know, in my hometown, Concordia, Kansas,
Yeah.
having a lot of members of that hometown have K-State merge from sports stuff outside their lawns is one thing, but
Yeah.
having college visits to the high school,
Yeah.
having, you know, days where our students can go to the campus and see if that's the right place for them is an incredibly important factor in helping them decide where they want to go.
It's a great question. I can tell you one thing we're doing and one thing we're considering. One thing that we're doing is we have recruiters now that are going high school to high school, which helps. But actually having a college student go to that high school is even more helpful. We're thinking about creating an ambassador program. So the University of Nebraska, as an example, has an ambassador program of 100 students. And they go all throughout the state, and they go to high schools that was close to where they grew up. And they're there, they're in the lunchrooms, they're talking to kids and trying to make a difference. We know that we have to have an active college student talking with an active high school student to be able to make a difference. It's a great question.
Senator Shahasavari.
Right, about the point that you mentioned about the students from outside, I've been in contact with a lot of international students.
Yeah.
And there are two, I can say, prominent factors that they are really concerned about.
Okay.
One of them is economical issues that, you know, that they are always concerned about the student services and student fees and the charges that are, you know, more for international students. And the other point is that is usually concerned about, you know, related to my country, the visa issues that we have. I know a lot of students, a lot of scientists, outstanding students that are really interested in, you know, coming and continuing their education and having jobs here. But these points are blocking their ways. Do you think that you will have more kind of solutions or ways to solve these issues?
The visa issue.
Time for questions has expired.
Senator Shirkey.
Move to suspend the rules, extend time to questioning by 5 minutes.
Second.
Is there an objection?
I object.
Okay, that does require 2/3, so if you are in favor,
It's a motion to suspend the rules for a follow-up on the same issue. The first time is 2/3, but the next is unanimous consent.
okay, that does require 2/3, so if you are in favor of extending the speaker's time, please raise your hands now. Proxies raised too, and that will pass. The speaker's time is extended.
So I think the visa issue is a difficult one, but the issue that I've asked questions on, I've just learned that the fees are higher for international students, and I'm asking questions about why and how, and is there a way that we can overcome that to be able to make it more affordable? We know it's an important issue. As I'd mentioned earlier, we're working on it.
Senator George.
My question is concerning graduate students and international students. And health insurance for probably their spouse, probably the wife is coming to school and is coming with the husband to support her, or probably the husband is coming, is the student, the wife is coming. Now, what plans is the school trying to put in place for health insurance for spouse of students, like F2, like people on F2 visa that with their wife or their husband?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know an answer to that question. I'd have to bring it up. Is health insurance difficult right now for you to receive for your family?
You know, the students usually, when they are GTA or GRA, their paychecks are very low and usually the tax is so high. So, you know, when we don't make that kind of environment or lifestyle comfortable for them, so they wouldn't be willing to stay.
Yeah. So health insurance is difficult. All right. It's a question I've not yet asked. I'll ask it. I now know that it's important. It's a good question.
Senator
I don't have
Dybel.
an answer for you.
So I can only speak on behalf of the College of Engineering, but part of the new plan is to support student orgs as to increase the benefits that they provide with respect to leadership and opportunities. Do believe it's important for student orgs to have a physical presence inside their college where they can self-express what they're doing, who they are, why people should join. And I ask this because for most organizations in the College of Engineering, there's zero physical presence, zero physical display, and we're essentially invisible.
Yeah, I think all people in all groups have that right and should have that opportunity. So what specifically are you looking for that you don't have in engineering that you'd like to see?
In engineering, I think we would like to see every student org be able to have some type of display in the building, potentially in a centralized location where recruitment tours could quickly walk through there, and you wouldn't have time to individually talk about all of them, but they can come back on their own accord and improve.
So you're talking about a poster or something like that, or?
Well, as it stands, we have just a couple of sporadic posters arrayed essentially randomly throughout the engineering building. If you're one of the teams that managed to get one up, and we have a couple of sporadic pieces of competition teams from, some event they had 5 years ago.
So here I think this is a really good idea. Have you had the opportunity to connect with the dean or the associate dean?
So really what we're trying to pursue is like a display case or a display, something on the wall, something where you can physically change your display, pictures of orgs, pictures of the people.
So here's my suggestion. Put an idea and somehow get it in front of an associate dean of academic programs, or somehow try to get in front of the dean. I know a dean would want to hear a good idea like that. If you've got an idea that you'd like to present, have you tried that?
So we saw the appropriate channel as to go through Engineering Student Council, who presented it to one of the deans, and they were told to drop it without any conversation with us. They were told that if our particular student org was granted that request, that more requests would surely follow, and to drop it.
So I like the idea of having something that can be done for all. I think it would be a great source of pride, and I think it could be a great source of attraction for students. Maybe that was missed in the dialogue. If you send me your idea that's more holistic towards all of the groups, all of the organizations, I'm happy to at least mention it to the dean and see if I can get you a step further. I can't guarantee it. There might be more behind this. But I think it's I was a dean. And if students brought that to me, I would want to see how I could try to figure it out, especially if it's all the organizations, all the student organizations. That would be a sense of pride.
Yeah, that's why I'm in that.
Time for questions has expired.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Glanville.
I move to suspend the rules and extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes.
Objection.
Okay, that requires 2/3. All those in favor of extending the speaker's time, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. Okay, that motion will fail. So thank you, President Linton, for presenting today.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
That was longer than 10 minutes. Appreciate you guys. Keep leading.
Do we have any other first open period speakers? Justice Kamen.
Hey, Senate. I'll be quick, don't worry. So, since it's the start of a new term, I wanted to come up and speak on behalf of Parking Citation Appeals Board. Last semester, there were discussions about parking on campus, and there's some misinformation that I had heard, and I wanted to come in and clear up some misconceptions so that you all and our students don't have to worry about potentially getting ticketed, and so you can be sure that you understand the rules while you're both here at Senate. Because let's be honest, the last thing any of us need right now is to pay a parking ticket that's $50 to $170. So I'm going to go over just very few quick points, and then I'm more than happy to ask questions or answer questions. The first thing I want to stress, and I cannot stress this more, On campus, there is no such thing as free parking. That is something that is a very common misconception. I've heard that several times in the last semester. Parking is not free. Parking has hours when it's enforced, and there is a difference. These times can change, but for the most part, outside of very special circumstances, parking is 7 to 5 on campus lots, 7 to 4 at the rec, 7 to 12 a.m., so midnight in the garage. It is not 5 o'clock p.m. The garage is open and patrolled until midnight, and it's 24/7 in all dorm lots. So it does not matter what time of day, it does not matter if it's the weekend, you can't park in a Ford parking lot if you do not have a pass there. You will get fined and ticketed. Additionally, on holidays, the only holidays that it is not enforced is on campus recognized holidays. This means that over break, it doesn't matter if it's the day after New Year's Eve and we still don't have school, it's not a campus holiday, it's still enforced. And finally, one more thing, you do not get a warning. You are not guaranteed a warning. If you get a warning, it's because during your appeal, you asked very nicely, and the judge had pity on you. And because you probably have been been obeying the rules, and they thought you deserved a second chance. But you are under no obligation to receive a warning. And so I just want to make everyone aware of that, because if I have to, it really breaks my heart to see some of the appeals that I get where students aren't aware of their rights and the rules and regulations on campus. And especially when students here have to utilize the garage, I want to make sure you all are aware of what you can and can't do with parking. And if you ever do get a ticket, you can always appeal within 14 days. So that's all I had, and more than happy to answer any questions.
Senator Hoffman.
Yeah, February was a bad month for me. I got 2 tickets. I appealed it, and it has been, I think, approaching a month now since I've heard anything back. What's going on?
Yeah, so the people that do appeals, the way the appeals have been structured is that in order for any appeal to be approved, it has to go through 2 different rounds of consideration. The first round is through the students. The second is the staff. We at K-State are very fortunate, just as in our judicial branch with student review board, you're heard by a jury of your peers. Your peers will consider your tickets, and they will help weigh in. So it's not just faculty and staff that get to decide. However, that also adds an extra layer of the process. So it takes more time for students to also, in addition to staff, come together and make a consensus. On average, it can take anywhere from 1 to 3 months, depending on how long it is. It also depends purely on the time of year, and especially right now, we've had a lot of things backed up. I can say that at least to my knowledge, we are currently, or at least I'm currently working on February citations. So I apologize for the time, but we're doing our best.
Can I follow up?
I'll go to Senator Glanville first.
Thank you for coming to speak. I know this is a big problem on campus, but I wanted to ask, so I work in the parking office, and when we have people come in and ask, is parking free on campus ever? My supervisors do tell people that it is free after 5 p.m. So I just wanted to see where the disparity in the wording from the people who actually work in the parking office to the parking citation appeals board is coming from, considering you said it's never free. However, people who work in the office are telling people it is free.
Yeah, for sure. All the information I've read to you today or tonight, and all information I go by, is based upon the rules and regulations listed on the Kansas State University parking, why am I blanking on the word, on their webpage. So because I also have heard that too, I go strictly upon what's written on the webpage in the rules and regulations, although I know that people say it's free, and effectively, it effectively is free, but it is capitalized in all caps on the webpage. So, and it's something I've heard a lot, so I just wanted I felt it pertinent to at least mention that. But yeah, I guess, I don't know if that probably didn't answer your question, but that's where I'm getting my information from.
Thank you.
Senator Hoffman.
Yeah, to follow back up, there's no deadline on your guys' end on when a sentence it has to be come back on. Did that make sense?
It does, yes. I do believe there is a deadline. I don't think it is I don't think it's ever been something we've had to worry about. It's not something I know about. And to my knowledge, I don't think it's ever has been an issue or ever will be an issue. But you're more than welcome to double check me on that, because that I'm not 100% sure. On the webpage, you can look through the rules and regulations, and if there isn't, I encourage Senate then to also consider that if that's something you would like.
Interim Parliamentarian Blood.
What about, you talked about like the deadlines with 5 o'clock and midnight. What about for the garage on the weekend?
Yeah, the garage is patrolled and enforced Monday through Friday. That is what the website and the rules and regulations say. So it did not indicate anything about Saturdays or Sundays.
Senator Holzmeister.
So there's clearly a lot of misconceptions about what time the parking lot's open, what time it closes. What are you doing to clear up those conceptions?
Time for questions has expired.
Senator Shirky.
Move to extend the time for questions by 2 minutes.
Second.
Is there an objection?
I object.
Okay, that requires a hand vote. If you're in favor of extending the speaker's time, raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. And the motion will pass. The speaker's time is extended.
Just how are you planning on clearing up these misconceptions among students and getting word out about when parking is free, when parking is not free?
Yeah, for sure. So we have a few different pieces of, we have different ways to get the information out to students, although there's always more we can do, and we're always working to do more. First and foremost, there are signs posted in the main lots. Additionally, the best way we have to get the information out is when students get parking passes, they receive a letter with the listing of what lots they can park in, as well as instructions for these individual lots. And also they're on the website, so students don't have to read the actual legislation, the actual rules and regulations, the scary legal document looking thing that's online. There is a breakdown with FAQs. They even have a part of that says these are not the rules and regulations. However, these are some good points to get you going, getting started. And on there they list clearly what the times are, just so students don't have to read through all that jargon. It's pretty clearly posted. So we do our best to make it easily accessible, make sure students who get parking passes have the knowledge that that stuff exists and that they know where they can park. And in some locations, I cannot speak to all locations, I myself not 100% sure, but I at least know in some locations there are signage as well.
Are there any further questions? Is that a question, Senator?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Senator Holzmeister.
Just are these signs in public spaces where people can easily see them, or do I have to like be deeply looking for a sign?
Well, the purpose of a sign wouldn't be, it would be defeated if it was hidden. So yes, they are in public spaces.
Because I haven't really seen any sign with a...
We get that a lot in citations, but we can assure you there are signs.
Senator Zago.
So you had mentioned if you purchase a parking pass, you get a placard. I got mine last year. I didn't get one this year because they said with the license plate recognition.
Time for questions has expired.
Motion to...
Senator Shrivastava.
Motion to suspend the rules, allow 1 minute for questioning.
Objection.
Is there a second?
Second. Wait, on the objection?
No, is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved, seconded, and objected. So if you are in favor of extending the speaker's time by 1 minute, raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. And that motion does fail. So thank you, Justice Kamen, for coming today.
I can answer questions after Senate.
Do we have any further first open period speakers? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into the approval of the minutes. The minutes were passed out and dispersed with the agenda and legislation tracking. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Senator Otto.
I move to approve the minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any objections? The minutes will stand approved. Now, going to announcements. 1. The Senate Executive Committee applications are live. Use the link in the agenda to find that. Descriptions about each position and more information can be found on the application. Applications are due Friday, April 5th at 11:59 p.m. Contact Speaker Cuesta with any questions. 2, executive branch cabinet applications are live. Use the link in the agenda to apply. Descriptions about each position and more information can be found on the application. Applications are due on Friday, April 5th at 11:59 p.m. Contact Paige or Jack with any questions. 3, proxies. If you're going to be absent from a Student Senate meeting, please fill out this link even if you aren't sure if your absence will be excused. 4, if you will be physically absent from Student Senate but would still like to attend via Zoom, please fill out the Student Senator Zoom request form. Speaker Questa will review requests based on the Student Senate attendance policy. Please submit the request with the link in the agenda. 5, want to give props to someone in Student Senate. Fill out the Student Senate shout-out form and Speaker Pro Tem Kappelman will read them at the end of our meeting. Fill out your shout-outs on the agenda. 6, the SGA Member of the Week is Kate Thomas. Kate has done a fantastic job serving as the Speaker of the Student Senate for the 23-24 term and has been working hard to transition Speaker Questa. Thank you for your dedication to student voices. Number 7 is the upcoming events calendar, and the quote of the week is that from Lyndon Baines Johnson that yesterday is not ours to recover, but tomorrow is ours to win or lose. So, moving on from that, we will go into approval of appointments. Does somebody have a motion? Senator Lilly.
I move to approve resolutions 2 and 3 unanimously. Second.
Objection.
We need to move to introduce them first. Senator Koch.
I move to introduce resolution 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Resolution 24-2502, approval of new student senator. Authors Carson Questa. Whereas there is currently one vacancy for the position of student senator for the College of Arts and Sciences, and whereas Alondra Alvarez has the next highest vote total of eligible and willing candidates from the 2024 KSU SGA general election for the College of Arts and Sciences, be it resolved in Section 1 that the following individual be approved as a student senator for the College of Arts and Sciences, Alondra Alvarez. Is there any questions? Is there a motion to approve the resolution? Senator Koch.
I move to approve resolution 2 unanimously.
Second.
Is there any objections? Okay, Senator Alvarez, if you will come down to get sworn in. And if anyone from last meeting didn't get a chance to get sworn in, feel free to do so now. Okay, if you will raise your right hand and say, "I will" at the end. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of student senator and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Kansas State University Student Governing Association.
I will.
Okay, if you will introduce yourself by giving your name, pronouns, hometown, favorite smell, and I think that's everything.
Okay. Hi, I'm Alondra Alvarez. My hometown is Great Bend, Kansas. I'm originally from Texas, though. I will say that because it makes me cooler. I am a political science major, and my favorite smell is the smell of rain and a nice little rainy day. And the smell of flowers. I will always accept those. Thank you.
Okay, that leads us to Resolution 3. Do we have a motion to introduce Senator Koch?
I move to consider resolution 3.
Second.
Any objections? Great, if the author will come forward.
Right, approval of the 2024-2025 Chief of Staff. Authors Paige Vogelmore and Jack O'Malley. Sponsors Dr. Thomas Lane and Carson Cuesta. Whereas the position of Chief of Staff was sufficiently advertised via an application made available to all students who showed interest in the Kansas State University Student Governing Association. Whereas there were 6 applicants for this position, and whereas the individual was chosen on the basis of their leadership ability, experience, and dedication to serving the students of Kansas State University throughout the term. Be it resolved that Brady Kappelman be approved as Chief of Staff.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the resolution? Senator Lilly.
I move to approve
Is there an objection? The resolution will stand approved if you want to get sworn in.
All right, oath of office. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of Chief of Staff and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Kansas State University Student Governing Association.
Good deal.
Congratulations, Brady.
Okay, since we've exhausted approval of appointments, we will go into director's report. Are there any directors that would like to give a report? I have one myself. Okay, Brian, if you'll pull up the QR code. Okay, this is the QR code to the Student Senate GroupMe, and this is kind of our official way of communicating, not over email, so fast reminders and things to keep and look out for. So if you want to scan that, that would be fantastic.
That's the 24, 25, like the one that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, I think everybody's had an opportunity to do that. So now we will go, if there's no more directors that would like to give a report, we will go into general orders with the election of the Speaker Pro Tem of the Student Senate. So this process will look very similar to the way it looked last week when we elected the Speaker, which is that somebody will motion to open the floor for nominations. We will nominate people, and then we will close the floor and allow those candidates to give presentations for their candidacy. One thing that we found out since last week is that in the event that there is more than one candidate, a candidate has to receive a majority of votes, and so the person who comes in last place does not get removed if we go to a second round. We will continue to vote over and over until either somebody voluntarily withdraws or until one candidate reaches a majority. Does anybody have any questions about the process? Senator Srivastava.
Will we know before we go to like second, third, and 8,000 vote? just being realistic, which candidates are like how they're placing? Like, is it like 41, 40, 10% split or something like that? Any chance to know those numbers in a general sense?
Yes, I will announce the ranking of each candidate after the first round, and not how many votes they got, but the percentages. Does anybody else have any questions about the process? Okay, at this time, I'm looking for a motion to open the floor for nominations. Senator Lee.
My motion to open for nominations. Second.
Okay, is there an objection? Great. Does anybody have a nomination? Senator Lee.
I nominate Anna Koch. I accept.
Senator Koch.
I nominate Alexa Hesseltine. I accept.
Senator Hesseltine.
I nominate Andrew Lee.
I accept.
Is there any further nominations? Okay, I'm now looking for a motion to close the floor. Senator Jonak.
I move to close the floor for nominations.
Second.
Is there an objection? Okay. Now, Brian, I'm going to get the little organizer.
Here we go. Just imagine if this is how we chose next week.
Okay, Senator Lee, your presentation will come first. So if Senators Hesseltine and Koch will leave the room, that would be fantastic.
How do I use this?
This button.
Oh. There you go, sorry. All right. Hello. Hi. I hope you guys are doing great tonight. I am Andrew Lee, and I'm honored to be speaking in front of you guys today about why I'm running to become your next Speaker Pro Tempore. But, yay. But just a little bit about me if you haven't met me yet. Hello, I'm Andrew Lee. I'm a first-year, first-gen student from the air capital of the world, Wichita, Kansas, and I'm studying political science on a public service track with a minor in leadership studies. I am the son of Vietnamese refugees. I love the smell of lavender, and some fun facts about me is I'm nói tiếng Việt được, so I'm both fluent in Vietnamese and in English somewhat. Fun fact, I was ESL when I was a kid, so fun fact. There you go. But basically, I guess I just wanted to start off by saying, why? Why did I choose to run in the first place? And one of the quotes that really speak to me throughout my daily life is, I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples. And to me, that is just a testament to why I wake up every day and do the things that I do. To lead in my own capacity and to find better ways to engage students, to inspire folks, and to transform others around me to lead and be passionate in their own capacities. And so every single day, I see that quote and remind myself that is what I want to do. And when it comes to this position, I gaffed at the thought of running for this position at first. It's like, why would I ever want to do that? But after having many conversations with folks, especially my mentor, former Speaker Thomas, and that constant nagging, it made me realize this role is so much more than just sitting behind the desk and taking minutes like Brady is doing now. It's a role of facilitating. It's a role of connecting. It's a foundation of leadership in this institution, and it's a way to transform every single person into this room to fire up their passions and lead in their own capacities. And so, hello. Okay, cool, thanks. But basically, what qualifies me for this, right? For serving my first year in SGA and just getting into it, I think I come in with a unique background. Coming in from high school just 1 year ago, I was a student body president of my high school. I served on the Wichita Mayor's Youth Council. I even founded my own club and led over 60 students on environmental efforts around campus. And I think these experiences have provided me a unique leadership background that was easily transferable to being able to lead here and hit the ground running at K-State. And so I've had the opportunity to vice chair the Tuition Enhancements Committee. I've served in the DIB committee. I'm in Food Security Scholars. I've had the honor of marching in the marching band this last semester, serving in the Asian American Student Union Student Alumni Board, and most importantly, being involved in the Emerging Leaders Program. That was really my in to this organization and kind of seeing it from the outside. And so with that experience in mind, I guess, there you go. With that experience in mind, I feel like I bring a unique experience coming from the outside in and seeing these key areas that I think SGA should really be focused on and how I'm dedicated to bettering those areas. I think for one is expanding our reach within our student body. I think is super key in building that presence on campus, not just around elections time, but all year round, building inclusivity within our organization, growing our strength and our ability to fight for students, and most importantly, emphasizing the empowerment of your voices as students and our voices as student senators to do good here on campus. And so to start off talking about our reach, I am really concerned about increasing our physical and digital visibility. I'm dedicated to working with the next communications director to really increase our digital footprint, something that hasn't been really focused on before. And even doing something as simple as distributing QR code flyers around campus and getting student feedback. Even if we just get 1 or 2 responses, it's better to be out there in presence, that people can kind of see these types of things. I also really believe in looking for opportunities for just tabling and having those one-on-one interactions with students. I think something else to explore as well is having more cross-collaborative events. I think one thing that highlight is the MSO bowling night. I want to really see more of that and working with other student organizations, not just MSOs, but working with the Student Alumni Board, working with maybe PowerCat Motorsports, all these different organizations on campus to really see how can we be involved and how can we be present to really build those relationships with folks. And one last thing, one of my biggest accomplishments of being student body president was hosting and organizing town halls at my high school. That was the #1 way of engaging with students and really having one-on-one conversations. I think it's something that's super popular here and right now, and something that I think we should do to really meet students where they are, inviting those DSACs, inviting the college councils, inviting these groups to come together as well as normal students, and incentivizing that so that students can really show up, be present, and get to know what SGA really is. I think another key aspect as well is, when it comes to recruitment and retention, it's all boils down to how do you feel about being here? I think coming from having a multicultural student background and being a student leader myself, I think it brings I bring a unique perspective when it comes to leading my own capacity, but also finding ways to build inclusive spaces for everyone. I think #1 thing is, if you really want an effective group, when a group can do a lot of things, one thing is having team building opportunities and forming that camaraderie within the organization. I'm really dedicated to expanding those opportunities to get to know one another, right? We can cross our caucus lines, right? College of business folks can hang out with arts and sci. We really need to engage with one another if we really want to work together to get more and more things done and make a bigger impact here on campus. I also really believe in reimagining our space. I like the idea that we are student-led and we are student-centered, and that we need to focus on, at the end of the day, we are a student organization like none other. We can have fun here in Senate. We don't have to be bogged down all the time. We can have more. Who in here would kill for a themed Senate one day, right? That, again, would not only bring more engagement from the outside in, but allow us as senators to just have more fun and get to know one another and build that camaraderie. And coming from my multiple MSO background, being an MSO myself and working with other MSOs, I am really dedicated to working with and collaborating with MSOs to not only collaborate in having more events, but expanding mentorship programs through the MSOs and allowing them and figuring out ways to bring their voices to the tables. We have such a diverse student body here on campus, yet those voices aren't really accurately represented in the Student Senate, and I'm dedicated to building those bridges and really getting those voices in here. I think another point is strengthening our organization. When it comes to dealing with student issues, I really believe in targeted approaches to student issues. So through serving, what are our top priorities as a student senate, and exploring student-led issue groups is something that's kind of been done before, but I really want to implement that this year. So because not only will those issue groups be able to explore these different topics, we become more informed, and we can really brainstorm more innovative and creative solutions to addressing these student issues. I also believe that we have a duty to ensure that students are in the know. And so I'm really dedicated to maintaining up-to-date media sources, collaborating with other media partners and forming those relationships that may have not existed before, and also cutting down on the org central mess and making sure that it's easy and accessible. And lastly, something that I've learned over time and grew to love was that notion that we have the duty to empower one another to do good, because if not us, then who? And so I really think when it comes to, over the years, as SGA has grown, there's also been a rise in other student organizations on campus, and that niche group that was at SGA has been dispersed. And something that makes us more competitive and more attractive to other folks is emphasizing personal and professional development opportunities here in Senate. We all want to do big things later in our lives. And so I'm really dedicated to really getting you to say, I gained something out of this experience. And so in my purview as Speaker Pro Tem, bringing in folks to kind of workshop us through these general transferable skills that we can bring into our professional lives at some point, and such as financial literacy, such as resumes, all that type of stuff, to get you to say, I gained something out of this. And also piggybacking off of the work of my predecessors to continue working to establish formalized alumni relationships with folks to get more network, because it's all about who you know, not what you know. And there's so many great SGA alumni that are doing great things now that I would love to see come back and really be more involved. I also think that when it comes to an organization, if you've probably been on, if there is no unified mission, there's no sense of purpose. Why am I here? I'm really dedicated to increasing collaboration between those caucuses and working to establish some common goals that we all have so that we can all work towards them. I think that's super important when we have that unified sense of purpose, that we're all working towards something and obtaining something, and those goals can be tailored to our individual needs in each and different caucuses. And I'm dedicated to working across those lines to ensure that we have that common mission. And lastly, I think at the end of the day, you matter. Everyone in this room matters. Your voice matters. Your vote matters. And so I'm really focused on cultivating a compassionate space and positive environment and productive environment that allows us to understand where our differences lie and how our similarities intertwine. And so at the end of the day, I thank you so much for your time this evening to hearing me out, I guess. And I'm excited to serve with you all for the rest of this term. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll now go into a questioning period. Senator Rizzo. Rizzo.
So you spoke about town hall, and it seems you're an advocate for such, and you have experience with such. How do you plan to make those more successful and efficient for all the colleges here besides free food?
Yeah, I think first when it comes to organizing them, I really want to look ahead of time and really look at dates that kind of work for us that don't conflict with anything such as game days and all of that. I think food brings people together. Like, be honest, how many of you guys have seen flyers say free food and you come and check it out anyways? I have so much success with that, especially working with Loud Light last semester. I had a pizza for pledges for votes, and that to me was really successful because it was not only was it in the union, but people came by and got free pizza slices. I think food is a great way of incentivizing it, but I think another key aspect to it is reaching out to those already well-established student organizations within your college. For instance, the College of Engineering is by far one of the most involved colleges on campus when it comes to student organizations. And so maintaining that clear communication and collaboration with those different orgs will allow us to reach more students in that effort. Yeah.
Senator Glanville.
So I know that there has been a struggle to bring in independent positions and people to stay in those positions. And as you may know, my mentor of last year, Riley Coy, was our comms director.
Yep.
How do you plan to support those independent positions and make sure that they're heard and seen, considering they don't necessarily have all the rights that senators do, but still do as much of a job and sometimes even bigger jobs than what senators do?
Yeah, I will say that's a great question. I think like the communications director, for instance, it juggles a lot of different hats. Social media is not an easy thing to do. Promotion is not an easy thing to do. I think something that's super important too, and it applies anywhere, especially in the workforce, is you want to have those open lines of communication to be able. I want to be that 100% supportive role to be able to help them and assist them in whatever their needs are. And so if they're not able to complete something, if they need more additional help, I'm willing to work with them to see how can I be a supportive role for you to be able to get your things done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Black.
Yeah, so you mentioned all these things that you want to do. How does your experience already serving like as vice chair on tech or within DEIB and within those committees help you feel more prepared for this position?
I think for that, for instance, just being in those committees and serving for some time now, I've been really able to learn the ins and outs of the organization and see how kind of the processes play. And the Speaker Pro Tem kind of oversees all of that. And even though I might have not have served on SAC, I might not have served on SSF, I've still been able to go out to those meetings and really, apply my general knowledge of how these committees operate and how these things operate to really get a better grasp of this whole thing. Because at the end of the day, the Speaker Pro Tem position is a facilitator. I want to be able to empower every single person. You all have different passions when it comes to SGA. And so how can we work within the systems that we already have to get those done?
Senator Kermer.
Yeah, thanks for presenting, Andrew. One question I have is, how do you see yourself handling the pro tem time commitment with all your other activities?
Of course. Some of those activities do end as they do, like food security scholars, for instance. But over my past experiences, I've been able to juggle a lot of hats, and I've learned a lot about myself and what I can handle, and overall my time management skills. I'm dedicated to, again, utilizing those skills, and again, at the end of the day, prioritizing SGA over anything else that I am involved in. Because I guess that has been a pressing question for myself is, how does this happen? But at the end of the day, I'm able to prioritize that time and I'm able to make that commitment. That's why I'm standing here today.
Senator Shirkey.
Going to the point of visibility of the SGA organization, how will you be working with established media organizations on campus, such as the Collegian, to promote the visibility of our organization?
Yeah, I'm in my understanding of this, that there aren't really any formal relationships with those orgs, and I'm willing to have a seat and have a meeting with them to really understand what their purview is and see how we can kind of collaborate more. Because at the end of the day, I mean, just like in real government, I am a big fan of transparent government. Everyone should know what is going on, and that's why I love doing what I do in the legislature now. Engaging with those folks, also working with stuff like K-State Today. I think we should be celebrating the achievements that we do, just like Carson did the other day for recognizing the transition of leadership in SGAs. Things that are simple as that, I think, are super key into getting people more informed about those things.
Senator Haynes.
Yeah, do you still plan to implement some of your ideas into Senate if you do not get this position, and how would you like to do that?
Yeah.
Time for questions has expired.
Senator Rizzo.
I make a motion to extend the time for questions by 5 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there an objection? The speaker's time is extended.
Thanks. So your question was, like, if I'm not elected, how will I kind of do those things? I think overall, I really, right now, like even just working on legislation now, I'm still dedicated to looking at what I want to do, especially when it comes to DEIB, and still working through those committees and through those avenues to get my accomplishments done. I just think that being in the Speaker Pro Tem position, that I would really want to be in that position to be able to facilitate those changes and see those go through. But regardless of if I get in or not, I'm still dedicated to fighting for improving the betterment of lives for students. Yeah.
Senator Hoffman.
Yeah, with the speaker election happening last week, how do you plan to support your speaker?
Yeah, and I guess if you guys were here, most of you guys were here last week, I think that a lot of my ideas kind of align in well with what Speaker Cuesta has kind of laid out for us, and a lot of the candidates that are running for the seat kind of have that same vision, and so. I'm really dedicated to maintaining that open collaboration, like I've said before, and open communication to kind of get things done. I think my number one priority right now is looking at those, for instance, the town halls idea, and seeing how that will work out for us.
Senator Polanco.
Yeah. So Senator Lee, I really do appreciate the town hall idea and that you have that initiative.
Yeah.
However, it seems that that's a one-time thing and that's a done deal. How do you plan on your projects to really longer than your time period as a speaker?
Yeah, I would say that more so wouldn't just happen as a one-time thing and call it done. I want to see these happen, in a perfect world, once a semester, for instance. But even then, it's more so about setting that precedent for the next leadership to come in and take over that things. If it's successful for us, then I truly believe that having that communication with whatever the next leadership is, and saying, this idea works for us, it's been successful for us so far, why should we kill it now? Let's continue improving and building upon that. And so right now it's more so about taking that first step and seeing how it goes for us.
Senator Edgar.
Senator Lee, I know you briefly mentioned this in your presentation, but could you reiterate how you're planning to support the new senators who aren't as familiar with their workings of Senate?
For sure. I will say I came in as an interim senator this past few months, and I didn't get any onboarding training, right? I kind of just got thrown into the deep end. I was like, you can do it. And I think that's just a big issue. And I've been hearing that a lot from a lot of new folks that get sworn in halfway through, is there's no bridge between that, closing that gap between the new senators or not. I'm really dedicated to, again, setting that time aside to meeting with those senators one-on-one to not only explain the processes of how does kind of Senate operate, but also working within their caucus and with their caucus leaders to get them integrated within their caucus. I think that's super important because there's always that shared camaraderie within that group of people from the College of Arts and Sciences, College of Business, and communicating, conversing with those folks to really, how can I slowly integrate this new senator into the realm of Senate and get them to really, feel comfortable around here. And also just doing more of those social events as well, and getting those people involved. Yeah.
Senator Glasscock.
Yeah, kind of going on to Blanco's talk about sustainability in the long term. Are there any projects that previous Senate leaders have kind of started that you want to continue if you get this position?
Yeah, I will say, I know former Vice President Binkley did really touch on the alumni relations aspect of it. I really I want to piggyback on that work and continue building on that. I think, again, it's so important. I think networking, everyone loves networking. I love networking, all of you guys love networking. And so I'm really dedicated to working across branch lines to really look at, how do we kind of, open those doors for people, establish those relationships for folks, and allow people here in this very body to connect with past and present K-Staters who were also in SGA to really look at, how do we get your foot in the door? I think SGA is such a great place because we all want to do big things in the world, and so it's all about how can we work to establish and formalize those relationships and building upon that.
Are there any further questions? Senator Rizzo.
Yeah.
What kind of network do you have here that you can use to your advantage?
I think, for once, serving on the Student Alumni Board has been a great experience so far. We're connecting past, present, and future K-Staters, and so through that organization, I think we could really work closely to see, what type of alumni we're also in SGA, but also working with the former Vice President to see, and I know there's that alumni reunion coming up, but continuing to maintain those relationships that have already been established before to still promote that activity.
Yeah. Senator Rizzo.
What kind of metrics do you plan on using to measure the success of your plans?
I mean, really, when it comes to, for instance, the town halls, when it comes to metrics, is really looking at...
Time for questions has expired.
Senator Rizzo.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the time for questioning by 4 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Objection.
It's been moved, seconded, and objected. This motion only requires a simple majority, so if you're in favor of extending the speaker's time, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. Okay, and that motion will not pass. So thank you, Andrew, and if you could go get Alexa.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Senator Heseltine, the floor is yours.
Hi guys. Well, first of all, my name is Alexa Heseltine, and I am running to be your Speaker Pro Tem. And so this is just my first page. Brian, am I able to have the clicker that President Linton had? Okay, that is okay. Can we go to the next slide? Awesome. So this is a little bit about me. I am a 3rd year out of the 5 that I'll be doing at K-State, medical microbiology major. I have a gender, women's sexuality studies minor, a global health, medicine, and society certificate, and then I am on track to do a concurrent master's of public health here at K-State. My hometown is Wichita. I've lived there since I was 13, and then before that, my dad is in the Air Force, so I've actually lived in 8 states and 2 countries. My pronouns are she, her, and then I kind of change up my favorite smell every time I'm up here. And today I decided an old building was kind of an odd and funny one to put. So we're good. Awesome. So first and foremost, I just want to say thank you to all of you who are here today. I think one of the things you're going to be hearing a lot tonight is about all of the things that we need to change in SGA. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that we have a bunch of people in this room who have already dedicated their time to bettering SGA, and I think we have all these people here who are here to improve it, and here I think this proves that we are doing something good already. And so I just wanted to say thank you to the goodness that we already have. Awesome. Okay, so I'm running on 4 platforms tonight, and those spell cats, something I think we're all familiar with, seeing as that is our mascot. Go Cats. Awesome. Thank you, Brian. Awesome. So the first one that I'm going to be talking about with you tonight is caucus leader empowerment. And this is kind of something that changed a lot while I was talking with students. I think my platforms would not be what they are today if not for the conversations that I was able to have with all of you. So the three things that I found were really important during the conversations with you guys are really the people who built my platforms. I found that what's really important is communication. And I think it would be really awesome if during caucus time, we were able to kind of create an agenda of what every college wanted to get done. And kind of then after we had that caucus time, our leaders would be able to then go back and have a conversation with their deans about what they want to get done in the college. Moving on, I think it would be super cool if our caucus leaders could have sort of a monthly meeting with our either interim provost who will be here till the beginning of the summer or our incoming provost. I think that would be a super great way to kind of let our caucus leaders know that their job is really important. And I think that's something that we aren't doing right now, but have the opportunity to. Another thing is right now, as pro tem, you are kind of facilitating the conversations with caucus leaders. So that would be my role, would be if in this position, I'd make sure that if somebody weren't able to get a hold of their dean, I would be trying to make sure that we could kind of bridge that gap. And I think that's why it's really important that we also have kind of administration conversations as well, because, if a student like me or some other caucus leader can't get a hold of their dean, kind of having that provost in there as well would really help to facilitate that conversation. Awesome. So I just wanted to take a second. I had a mentor a couple of weeks ago kind of sit down with me. I was talking about a different interview that I was privileged enough to have the privilege to interview for last week, and he brought up the word credibility. Our goal here is to better K-State, and I think we cannot do that unless our general body doesn't trust us. And so, you may be asking, if our general body doesn't find us credible, how are we going to do that? And so in my next slide, I want to kind of talk about that. So, awareness. If any of you who may have met with me before spring break may remember that my A was originally attendance boost. However, after having conversations with all of you, I sort of realized that to best serve this body and then the general student body of K-State, I should change that from awareness or from attendance boost to awareness. And so what does that look like? I want to make sure that students know what their options are. Whether or not they are involved in SGA, I think that should be their own choice, but they need to know what their options are. So that kind of looks like to me facilitating town halls with students, inviting students, to come and meet their senators, meet their student body president and vice president, meet their speaker, meet their pro tem, promoting student senators. A lot of colleges have TVs. I think that would be a great way for us to get those pictures of students up on those TVs and say, here's your senators, here's who your representation is. It's, we expect people to be able to go onto websites and our website and find who your senator is, but K-State kind of has this double-edged sword where we have so much information, which is great, but it's kind of hard to weave through it sometime, and by this effort, the goal is to make that a little easier. This third one, educating on SGA resources, Brian, if we could go to the next page. This is a slide that Speaker Emeritus Kate Thomas showed to me several weeks ago, and before that, I'm a third-year student at K-State, had never seen it. Every single person in this room pays this fee. I had never seen this breakdown. I'm sure every single one of you in here who is involved with SSF is familiar with this breakdown, but I had never seen it. And, we're all paying it though. So I think it would be really interesting if we were able to kind of get this information out to students more transparently and, maybe through TVs, through bulletin boards. But I think it's important that students know and are being invited to come and ask questions, whether or not that be them filing for Senate or just being an at-large member, or perhaps, just coming and sitting in a committee and watching and just kind of being in the environment. Moving into targeted outreach, enhancing SGA through student opportunities. We have a promotional budget. I think it would be super, super cool if we could potentially use that budget to hire some students, essentially. We have graphic design students at K-State. We have graphic design majors. We have communications majors. Wouldn't it be awesome if they could be the ones making our merch? Not only would that support us, but then they would be growing their portfolio and they would be getting to know what SGA is. campus. I think that my second one there kind of hits on our involvement in Week of Welcome. You know, right now we table for the Emerging Leaders program, but what else could we do? We could, you know, just have students informally having conversations with students. I think that would be awesome. You know, kind of that informal get to know you. Sort of the underrepresenting, supporting underrepresented colleges and SGA. You know, some students like, or some colleges like Vet Med and HHS really struggle to get students, and I think it's important that we kind of analyze the why there. Thank you, Brian. My last one is student support, which assessing student needs, I'll go on to the next slide here in a minute, not right now, to show you a survey that I've been currently working on and plan to work on after, regardless of whether I get this position, to better understand the needs of students here at K-State. Exploring year-round support, I think we do amazing things in the spring and the fall, but what if we could be doing stuff in the summer for those students who are still in Manhattan? So there's a program run at K-State called the Multicultural Academic Program Success that invites first-generation students to come on campus for a month and get to know the campus. So what if SGA had someone facilitating informal conversations during the summer, during that month of June, just to get to know students? And then the community building events kind of touches on, you know, we had a bowling event recently. I think it'd be great if we just continued that. Thank you, Brian. And these are 3 questions from the survey that I'm currently working on. I've been in contact with the president and the leadership in BSU, ASU, and Halo, and all of them are willing and wanting to take this survey. I did a very similar survey when I was the DEIA chair of biology ambassadors. I'm now the president, and we were able to assess and understand the needs of our students and further make change. And so I brought this up to our multicultural affairs director, and I said, hey, wouldn't it be great if we could take this survey from biology and transfer it to this huge group of students? And he was like, yeah, let's do it. And so this is something we're currently working on. Thank you. And that's it. I will take questions.
Senator Divalbis.
First of all, I like the cat's idea. It makes it pretty digestible.
Thank you.
The question I have is, what have you accomplished, like specifically in SGA so far?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I haven't been in SGA that long. I became a student senator last November and was an at-large member from last October until I became an interim senator. And so I think I had the privilege of serving on Carson's committee in Student Allocations Committee. And I think personally, my last 5 months have been a growth period for me. I feel like it has been kind of a wake-up call to realize that I've been on this campus for 2.5 years and not known about an organization. So I think one of the reasons I think this would be a great position to be in is because there are other people who have been on this campus for 4 years, 5 years, and never gotten the chance to hear about this organization. So yeah, Nick. So regardless of, I think this has been a growth period for me overall, but I have served on tuition enhancement, student allocations, and strategic oversight. Awesome.
Senator Jonak.
Hi, Alexa.
Hi.
So how do your qualifications outside of SGA really make you a good fit for this role?
Awesome, great question. So I'm involved in Student Alumni Board. I'm involved in Food Security Scholars. I work at the USDA. I also do research with Vet Med. And what else do I do? I am the president of Biology Ambassadors. And I think I feel like I'm very unique in that I've had kind of diverse experiences. I'm coming to you guys as a microbiology major, and I'm saying I would love to be your pro tem. And you're probably asking yourselves, why? And I'm saying, I think, as somebody who wants to work in public health, it's kind of a unique experience to have gone and done different things. For me, I think the biggest thing, I've had very diverse experiences, especially, growing up, I lived in so many different places. That has been a really unique experience for me. So not even just outside my college experience, but life-wise, I think I've had a really diverse experience that has led me to be able to serve you all.
Senator Glanville.
So as you are aware, we have a couple independent positions. And having been close with my mentor, Riley, who is comms director, it raises the concern, how are you willing to support them in their roles and make them feel seen, heard? And I know you mentioned hiring students for graphic design work. that being under the umbrella of comms director, and we already here in the union have a student design services where they get paid to do such work for art organizations. How do you plan on supporting these positions and having them be heard, considering they don't have necessarily the same rights that we do here in Senate?
I think that's a great question. I think the important part is that they don't currently have those rights, and it's making sure that, they are heard. Right now, you bring up the great point that we do have a design kind of team, I think you said, that's, supposed to be doing that, and that's not something that I knew. And so I didn't know that when I was making that presentation, but now that I do, we have a conversation about, is that the people that we want making our graphics? And so I think, they might not have rights here, but why don't we invite them? I think everyone in this body is willing to defer rights for people to have a voice. I don't think it's anyone's intention to silence someone. So I think the goal here kind of with that is, regardless of whether I know about it or if someone else knows about it, we do our best to communicate with other people and build those relationships. So, you telling me about that, I didn't know about that. So then going about it, maybe we change it. Maybe we go and do the thing in the union versus reaching out to design students. I think it's about building relationships.
Senator Carton.
With this position, if you were to be elected, how would you keep yourself sustainable through the entire year and not burn yourself out during the first semester?
Great question. I am taking 12 credit hours next semester, but 3 of them are my job. And I am so excited to finally be in a position where I am technically only in 9 hours of class, but I am in a full-time student. I've had kind of the realization this semester that it is a very real experience. I think a lot of people in this room have probably experienced it. You can spread yourself too thin. And I think I've had that realization this semester. And for me, I've realized, what do I care about? I care about SGA. I care about my job, and I care about supporting students. And so for me, it's about priorities. And I think you have to learn when to prioritize something and when to say, I cannot serve in this
Time for
role.
questions has expired.
Senator Jonak.
I move to extend the speaker's time for questions by 5 minutes.
Second.
Is there an objection? The speaker's time is extended.
And I think it's about not committing yourself to something and then letting other people down.
Senator Zago.
So one of the biggest issues that we see within Senate is retention and recruitment, and especially within the graduate school and the vet med. What are your goals to fill those seats, especially in vet med, like you had mentioned?
Awesome. So I was kind of thinking about this a few days ago, and recently in one of my classes we had this analogy that was kind of brought up to us, and it was when you're preparing for a very large event, we were talking about the Super Bowl, you have to make sure that your day-to-day activities we're talking about security. So your day-to-day security, if that is in place, then when you get to the Super Bowl, everything will go well. But if your day-to-day is not working, if you try to do something big, like in our case an election, then it won't go well. So if day to day we are supporting our students, we're reaching out to vet med, we're reaching out to grad students, and we're saying, hey, we see you, we know that your commitment is, way more than the average student. How can we help you? What are your needs? I think that's the main goal of my survey. We're starting here just with MSOs, but who's to say we can't do other things? And so, if our day-to-day supporting students works, I think when we get that time to elections, we'll see more students because they will recognize this as a environment that will support them.
Senator Saya.
So one of your jobs as pro tem would be to put on a diversity workshop. What would be your plan for that, or do you have any experience?
Awesome, thank you. So I have experience doing that. I am in the process right now through the Biology Ambassadors. We're putting on our second workshop in the time that I've been there. So last April, every April we put on a diversity workshop. Last April we did a panel style where we had people sit at the front of the room, students sat at the front and asked questions, and we kind of realized, after having that and brainstorming, we sort of realized, we kind of need some more engagement. So moving forward, we have ours coming up in April again, if anyone would like to come. We're doing sort of a speed dating idea, so people will be able to hop around to our panelists just in a different way. And so yes, so that's been the experience that I've had. I will be now putting on the second one, and I'd love to see that kind of reinvented in this room.
Senator Shirkey.
You spoke a lot about how you would support the interest of multicultural student organizations on campus. That's very important. But how will you support academic competition teams and other student organizations on campus?
Awesome. I think it's really about creating the relationships with faculty and staff, because I am not going to be able to hand teams a bunch of money. I think it's really about how do we create the relationships to support other students. And I think that's where we come in with the credibility. You know, if administration looks at SGA and says this is an organization that is doing good all the time, then they're going to be more willing to come back and give us what we need and what we want, really. So I think it's really about developing that credibility. You know, that doesn't stop with MSOs. I think that continues on to everyone. You know, I think really that continues on to the entire student body, regardless of what you're involved in.
Senator Shahasavari.
You mentioned that you are minored in women's rights and sexual assault. I'd like to know what you've done about women's rights, or do you have any plans for female students in KSU?
Awesome. So one of the main things I've done with my gender, women, sexuality studies minor is I published a paper on pre-exposure prophylaxis in the Affordable Care Act, and I kind of touched on how, you know, even though PrEP is mainly targeted at members of the LGBTQ community, it is also used in women who are at risk of acquiring HIV. And so, you know, I'm not really sure at this current moment how we can directly translate that to, you know, women at Kansas State. However, I feel I finished my minor last semester, and I feel like I have this education that I'm finally being able to use, and I'm really excited to do that. So, you know, I am happy to work with anyone who has an interest in women's rights. You know, I am a woman in STEM, and I think women in STEM are extremely underrepresented. And I think I'm super excited to explore the intersectionality of, you know, international students, international women, women in STEM. You know, I think I'm really excited to just keep that going.
Senator Rizzo.
So you spoke of making students aware of things such as the student...
Time for questions has expired.
Senator Rizzo.
I would like to move the time for questions by 2 minutes.
Second.
Is there an objection? The speaker's time is extended.
So you made mention of the student service fee. I've heard a lot of complaints about that, and yet you want to make it aware. How do you plan to do so, and how do you plan to gather the opinion of the general student body?
Yeah, I think to make it aware, like students aware of what the fee is, I think it's really just about getting the fee out to people. Right now, Kate has that breakdown that you can find if you go onto the SGA website. You know, you can go into the handbook and you can scroll 15 pages down to find that breakdown, but then you have to know that it's there. And so I think, you know, making awareness is really the biggest thing for me. I think that looks like, you know, putting it around campus. You know, maybe we do another survey. We just have a bunch of surveys going on right now, it seems, but that's necessarily not a bad thing. You know, I had a question last week that was like, are surveys great? Are surveys what we need? And I think, you know, when you want to collect data, when you want to make change, it's kind of my philosophy that, you know, we could start writing legislation right now to change everything in the world about K-State. But if we don't have solid data that proves that's actually going to do anything, I'm not really sure why we're doing that. So I think the goal, you know, in regards to SSF is, you know, we get that out there to students in any way we can, whether that be physically in TVs, on bulletin boards. We invite students to come have a conversation about it. And then we just start asking, you know, what would you like? And we invite them to SSF to come listen and invite them to be at-large members, at least, to be able to have a say in that conversation.
Senator Rizzo.
What kind of connections and network do you have that we can use to our advantage?
Yeah, I think the organizations that I'm currently involved in give me the bandwidth to reach out to people and connect. I think the Alumni Association has been a big one for me, as well as the Honors College that I'm in. My mentor, Dr. Justin Kastner, he's on the Faculty Senate as well as working in VetMed, and so he has been somebody who, you know, I was able to just have a conversation.
Time for questions has expired.
Senator Shirkey.
Move to extend 1 minute so you can finish your answer.
Second.
Is there an objection? The speaker's time is extended.
I was able to have a conversation with President Linton a few minutes ago about Dr. Kastner because he's somebody who came to K-State and has had a huge impact. So I think, it's really just about, again, building relationships and having conversations.
Okay, are there any further questions? Okay, thank you, Senator Heseltine. If you'll go get Anna. Senator Koch, you have the floor.
All right, perfect. I want to just go ahead and see if I can get everyone's attention because not everyone is focusing. I'm going to call some people out here in a minute. Not actually. But my name is Anna Koch, and I am currently running for Speaker Pro Tempore. Next slide. Thank you. So a little bit about me. I am studying regional and community planning in the College of Architecture, and no, I do not have a studio class. Amazing. With minors in leadership and business. I'm from Lisa, Missouri, which is a suburb of Kansas City. My pronouns are she, her, hers. Right now, I'm gonna say my favorite smell is gonna be fresh baked cookies, subject to change, always. And then a fun fact is I've been a figure skater for 14 years, and a fellow senator has also been a figure skater who is not currently here. Nope. Thank you. So I have been a senator in SGA for a full term. I was elected as a write-in last year, and I served as a member of the Strategic Oversight Committee, which has been a really great experience since the Speaker Pro Tempore actually serves as an ex officio member on that committee. I also visited multiple committees outside of strategic oversight, such as Student Services Fee and Senate Exec, just to see how everything is running and really advocate for legislation and just hear about different things. I had the honor of being named Senator of the Year by a previous speaker and Speaker Pro Tempore, and won the most growth in Senate superlative at our SGA banquet. As I talked with you guys last week, I was also in charge of the Wildcat Pause Day initiative, aka the Mental Health Day initiative. And so with that, it was a great experience to learn how to talk with students, communicate with students, but also with upper administration and other senators, and even directors in cabinet, and really see how we can collaborate and work on creating a better experience for people at K-State. And so, poll results. So if I met with you, chances are I asked you 2 very random questions about if you consider yourself to be a Swiftie and if you dip your fries in your Frosties. Very random, but I wanted to go ahead and ask these questions to just try to lighten the mood of Senate, but also to make sure that people know that there are other people out there, other senators with you, who have similar likes and dislikes as you, in order to start building a more inclusive Senate and SGA. So speaking of inclusive Senate and SGA, I have 2 main points I want to talk about with that. It's connection and diversity. I really want to focus on building connections within Senate and also across SGA through events outside of Senate. So whether that's the Taylor Swift movie or bowling nights, game nights, more speakeasies, which is a stereotypical college party. Having more events outside of Senate for people to go to that are completely optional, I think will really help benefit how everything works in Senate. I also plan to offer short meetings with people who are interested in whatever, so I can help connect you with maybe a cabinet director or administrator who specifically works in those areas, so I can really help create connections in that way. On the diversity side, the Speaker Pro Tempore is in charge of planning a diversity training program. while I'm not entirely sure how that's going to look yet, I plan to work with the Multicultural Affairs Director and International Affairs Director in Cabinet, as well as the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Chair in the legislative branch to really collaborate and see what ideas we can come up with in order to make sure that this program is really beneficial for everyone. And so I also want to focus on leader empowerment, and with that comes legislation and caucus time. Speaker Pro Tempore is in charge of overseeing the legislative processes. And so with that, I want to teach people how to write legislation, whether that's through legislation workshops or one-on-ones if people have like ideas that they kind of want to start getting out and working on. I would love to set up a meeting and really focus on doing that. And part of this legislation is going through our org central. That's how you submit it, and it goes to committees and everything. But the way that it's set up is not the most efficient. And so I plan on reorganizing how that's set up to make it more efficient, make sure that we get updated legislation on the agenda, and make sure that we know what legislation is going where. And Speaker Pro Tempore is also on the Faculty Affairs Committee in Faculty Senate. And so there I plan to advocate for legislation that has passed through Student Senate or just even ideas to Faculty Senate so we can really try to get those up and going on. Speaker Pro Tempore is also in charge of caucus time. And so with that, I want to try to make sure that voices are being heard within their caucus, having caucus leaders try to like take notes on people's passions and goals for the years so that it can be brought up and then kind of developed into like this endeavor plan where we have general ideas and goals that we want to work on and start like thinking about like over the summer and everything so we know where we want to go, because I know last year we didn't really have a set plan and it was kind of difficult to see where SGA was going to go this year. I also plan to try to get senators in their college caucuses and DSACs, because I'm a member of my Dean Student Advisory Council, and it has completely changed the way that I am a senator. And it's really great to go from this big university-wide standpoint to this smaller college standpoint and really see what we can do for our colleges. And another big thing that I'm very passionate about is community engagement, whether that's through tabling events or having town hall style events like we just recently had with the campus master plan on Tuesday. Having some administrators who I know love to meet with students come and like try to bring people together. If we have food, therapy dogs, I would be there any day of the week. So making sure that we have plans to try to draw students in, as well as just go out and attend student organization meetings, whether that's fencing club, Society of Women Engineers, fencing club, like literally whatever you want. I just want to like go and just see what I can do as a senator and see how I can experience things that I haven't normally experienced. And more on the passive side, I want to have Meet Your Senator slides where it will be like on your college TV, because I know most of the colleges have those. And so it'll have like a picture, your name and your email, so people can recognize the people that are serving them and representing them. And so also like they can make connections and be like, oh, I didn't know that this person was in. And so SGA wouldn't be as foreign of a concept. And so I also plan to have an active QR code that every senator and SGA member will have access to, that similar to what the Health Promoting University is doing, hence the picture, of just like ideas of what students need so they know they can reach out to us and not even know necessarily who they're having like talk to or maybe be vulnerable with. I also want to work with the communications director to increase social media platform usage and make sure people know what we're doing, what we're up to, and just maybe like a day in the life type thing. So overall, I really want to promote inclusion within SGA, empower all of you senators to become leaders on campus, and really engage with the community in a meaningful way. But overall, next slide, Brian. I want to support you. I don't want you guys to feel like you are being put in like this cookie cutter of this is what I want Senate to look like. I want SGA and Senate to really be what you want it to be, and I want to support you with whatever decisions and whatever passions drive you, whether that's just like working with legislation, working behind the scenes, whatever you want, I'm here to support you. So if you have any questions, please let me know, and I really hope you'll consider voting me for Speaker Pro Tempore.
Okay, are there any questions? Senator Glanville.
So you mentioned adding more workload to the comms director position, and as you know, we have a couple different independent positions that they don't necessarily get the same rights as we do as senators here in this room. How do you plan to support these positions and what they're doing, what they're here to achieve, how they support us in those passive roles that we don't see every day, and make sure that their needs are met and heard within this room?
I love that question. So I am a big believer in having like people, especially like the comms director who works a lot behind the scenes. I am all for giving them some rights so that like we know what they're up to and we know how we can support them. I would love to like set up meetings because they are currently on the Senate Executive Committee. And so I would love to like meet with them in that committee, maybe out of that committee, and see what I can do to support them and see if any other senators are interested in community engagement who want to possibly work with them. Obviously, it's not going to be a requirement, but having that option to create more of like a little team to do it, I think is a great idea.
Senator Strunk.
Yeah, do you have any specific leadership experience in the past that you feel has like prepared you for this like position?
Yes. So in high school, the way my high school worked is it was kind of like a house system similar to like the Harry Potter Hogwarts houses. And so, but instead of those big houses, we called them communities. And within each community, there were going to be 5 smaller houses, which are like basically homerooms. And so my senior year of high school, I was the captain in one of those larger communities. And it was a great opportunity for me to really allow the house leaders to really work and operate, which can be seen as the committee chairs here, really being like there to support them, but also be able to help them out whenever they need. I've also been a member of my Dean Student Advisory Council, which has provided me with many opportunities to learn about different organizations and hear about different experiences that I don't have, because most of them are in studio classes and I have the luxury of not being in them. So it's been nice to be able to like hear those experiences and see how I can help them outside of just that council.
Senator Shirkey.
I know that I speak on behalf of the entire College of Engineering when I say that student organizations are in many ways the lifeblood, some of the most important aspects of our time in college. My question then is, how can you promote the interest of student organizations and help, you know, not every student here at K-State is going to want to join SGA, but they're going to want to become more connected at K-State. How can you further that objective?
So from what I keep hearing from many different students is that the first week at college is really when they start like trying to build connections, but it's also one of the most overwhelming weeks in their entire college experience. So I think that obviously like trying to get your name out is good, but also maybe having some like organization open houses, really trying to promote different student organizations, making them more visible to not only your college, but maybe even the whole like campus, to see if you can attract some people who may not necessarily be studying the same thing, but are going to be interested in similar things.
Senator Rizzo.
You spoke of town hall much like the others. What do you plan to do to make this an effective town hall and get participation, not using food?
I love that stipulation of not using food. I think what really is going to drive people, I know it's going to be difficult to like really draw people in without being like, you need to come to this. I don't want to do that. I don't think anyone really wants to do that. But I think it would be important to see if we could partner with administration. I know specifically Dr. Lane, the Dean of Students, and Interim Provost, Dr. Mercer, like meeting with students. I cannot speak on their calendars and their schedules, unfortunately, but I know that they're going to be more than willing to work on trying to like come and increase visibility and also hear what students have to say. And I feel like having those upper administrators being there is going to be a big draw for some people.
Very good.
Senator Jonak.
Okay, so Anna, tell me about, so I know you've been really big on like mental health, and that's a big part of your platforms, but LaFeen's, so while CAP's budget is pretty stable, LaFeen's budget is increasingly getting cut every year, meaning that we're losing providers and there's less availability for like mental health medication appointments.
Time for
would-
questions has expired.
Senator Shirkey.
Move to extend 3 minutes. Second.
Is there an objection? The speaker's time is extended.
Sorry, long question. How in this role would you support mental health knowing that resources are actively being attacked and cut?
So I feel like that is going to be kind of difficult because a lot of that falls on the Student Services Committee and that chair. I am lucky I'm a member of the Thrive Navigators, who you've probably seen the green bandanas around. We're in charge of those presentations. And so I have connections with many different people and like CAPS in the Morrison Family Center. And so I know we're trying to figure out how we can increase funding. And I think what I personally would like to do is I would like to work with the student services fee, see how we can really kind of help healthcare there, because I know that's been a big issue, not only for us, but also for international students. So making sure that they get support there and seeing if we can also reach out to other donors and just really focus on building that up because I know right now where we are isn't the best, but making sure that there are different things that we could do and have options and avenues open for us is a very big part of what I'm planning to do.
Board Game Club President Griffith.
I know that the previous term there are multiple pieces of legislation that were fairly controversial, due especially to the lack of communication between the branches and with other members of the university. How would you, as pro tem, ensure that that does not happen, or at least happens less frequently?
I love this question like so much. So when it comes to like controversial stuff, whenever I plan on working very closely with the speaker, obviously, but if like the debate gets really heated, I'm gonna tell the speaker, I'm like, I think we should try to minimize the damage that could be doing, but also before it may even reach the floor, making sure that people are aware. And so like if I even hear like a little inkling about something coming up, I want to try to reach out to that person, not only like see like, is this true, but also see what I can do to support them and hopefully reach out to a director or administration or someone higher up in the university to let them know that this has been a problem, and before maybe it even reaches the floor, go ahead and address it in a way that's not quite so public and controversial.
Is there any further questions? Senator Divalbus.
What have you specifically accomplished individually as a senator in SGA?
So obviously you guys know about my Wildcat Pause Day. I'm not going to talk about that because I don't want to keep echoing the same thing. But what I've really done is I've really tried to get, like, obviously I have a full term of experience. I've really tried to talk with as many students as possible. I know last year in May actually in April, we had a bill come up that talked about increasing the student services fee. And so one of the first and most important things that I did is I immediately reached out to students. My caucus leader, who is my bestie on Zoom right now.
Time for questions has expired.
Senator Otto.
I move to extend the speaker's time by 3 minutes.
Thank you. So we really tried to reach out to people in our college, but also people outside of our college, to let them ask them what they think. Do they know about the services that this fee provides for? And so with those hours of meetings, I've been able to do that and debate on that. I have been able to support a sustainability initiative, and unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure where that is in the process of getting implemented, but I've been able to experience the highs and lows of it all, and I think that's something that makes me very unique for this position.
Senator Kermer, do you still have a question?
No, she just answered it.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Senator Rizzo.
So you spoke about attending events for students that Student Orgs put on. Surely you don't plan on doing that all by yourself. And how would that look for us to do? What's the logistics and motivation for us to do such things?
I obviously do not plan to do everything by myself. I know engineering is putting on an engineering formal tomorrow. Unfortunately, I will not be there, but just really being open and just open to possibilities. Maybe not having every single person or even one person go to every single event, but making sure that people are even aware of these events and aware that it can be good for SGA to be involved and aware of these, I think is a great place to start.
Okay, are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we will now go into a period of altering speeches in the order that the candidates just gave their presentations. So at this time, I would be interested in a speech for Andrew. Senator Black.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Max Black. I'm a newly elected senator for the College of Arts and Sciences, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Mr. Andrew Lee. I just realized that this is actually my first time speaking in front of the Senate, so just bear with me for a minute. We'll see how it goes. But Andrew has so many great qualities that I think just makes him a truly great candidate for Speaker Pro Tem. But I'm just going to begin with how I got to know him. I first met Andrew around 10 a.m. on Sunday, August 13th, give or take a couple hours. We both happened to be in the same section, the trumpets, of the Pride of Wildcat Land marching band, and it's a great experience, and I've gotten to know him very well. I'm going to claim that because I met him first, that I am the expert in the room on Andrew Lee, so take special note to what I'm about to say. Being a part of band, we get to see each other all the time. We have 2 or 3 rehearsals each week, and then there's a sectional on Wednesday nights, which, being the only ones that live in Derby, I've gotten to know him a little bit closer than some of the other trumpets. Okay, we like to say that band is a family. We work, we cry, we sweat together, and it's a lot sometimes. We have to give up plenty of hours of the week, plus Saturdays. We rode on a bus all together with 400 of us all the way down to Florida and back. It took like 1,000,000 hours. Shout out to the Pop-Tarts Bowl. But Andrew, I'm here to say that he is an amazing guy, even at 4 in the morning when we're getting ready for 11 a.m. kickoffs. When he asked me to run with him for Senate, I knew it was a no-brainer to say yes, because I knew that I wanted to be a part of this, but I also knew that he shared my same passion. I've met a lot of people that are driven, but Andrew's just such a natural leader that I think he stands out as one of those great people that I've gotten to work with. Yeah, so the first thing I want to talk about, what makes Andrew a really great candidate, is his work ethic. Running with Andrew requires lots and lots and lots of chalk. I know, like, together we spent 5 hours just with both of us, then we'd both chalk on our own. I did not chalk nearly as much as he did. I can only imagine. And then he made sure that we chalked everywhere. And it was really important the election was really important to him because he really is passionate about SGA, and he wanted to make sure that he could do that. But Andrew went and did more work out on top of this. He made sure to meet with various different student organizations and some fraternities. Some of them are like Kappa Kappa Psi, Tau Beta Sigma. Those are both related to music. He also talked with, I forget what it was. Yesterday he went and talked about Thrive with a leadership class. So he's always out and about talking with different students. So one of the things with our campaign is myself, I'm a chemistry major pre-med. My goal was to represent STEM fields. At this point, I'm in pretty much the same coursework as chemical engineering. And I thought it was important to have this type of thing, like those types of degrees, represented within the Senate. Andrew is not this. He is political science. He He is not, like, he's technically what I'm standing against, but when we would go out and talk to voters, if you're by yourself, they're always like, okay, so I like what you're saying, but who's this other guy? And then I have to be like, well, you see, Andrew's different, but the reason that's not an issue is I could see that Andrew is just as passionate as I was about that with all the things he wants. I think he truly believes in doing good. The way when people would ask me, hey, what's Andrew doing? And I'd be like, well, he's a political science major with a goal of going out and doing something good for the world. Not that I'm not saying that this means anything to how good he will be.
Speaker's time has expired.
You're not allowed to extend speeches in debate. So thank you, Senator Black, with that speech for Andrew. So now I'll be seeking speeches for Alexa. Senator Ediger.
Okay, let me get situated up here just a second. Okay, good evening, everyone. I just want to give a quick introduction for those of you whom I'm unfamiliar with. My name is Evelyn Ediger. I'm a freshman studying in the College of Arts and Sciences. I first met Alexa at the beginning of the semester in passing during one of our first chapter meetings. For those of you who don't know, Alexa and I are both in Alpha Zeta Delta. Instantly, I admired how friendly and easygoing she was. It's so difficult to walk into a room full of strangers and project confidence, but Alexa did so with ease. In the following weeks, I became more acquainted with her through SCTE meetings and visiting one-on-one. It became evident to me through speaking with her that Alexa is incredibly enthusiastic about her work within student government. For her, this position would not just be another activity on Thursday nights, but she would pour her passion into succeeding for the good of others. The platforms she is supporting reflect her desire for student advocacy and support. For example, one of the duties assigned to Speaker Pro Tem is to organize a diversity training session for students associated with SGA. As a biology student ambassador, Alexa has already helped to plan and organize a diversity workshop. Additionally, she is currently drafting a survey for underrepresented students on campus to amplify their voices and obtain feedback. Not only does this again reflect Alexa's passion for people, but it shows how intentional she is to promote inclusion. In the short time I've known Alexa, I have also come to admire her authenticity. The same person I visit with at sorority events, deliberate with at committee meetings, and laugh with on coffee dates is the same kind-hearted individual we would work with here in Senate. I believe authenticity in this role and any leadership position is vital. I also have observed that Alexa is conscientious, she acts carefully, and takes purposeful action. She reflects a spirit of maturity and a higher level of self-discipline, which encourages her to complete every task to the best of her ability. This position does require a level of independence and self-discipline, and I know that Alexa would work so hard to succeed in this role without direct supervision. Alexa is honorable, and her past accomplishments and integral personality reflect so well on SGA. I would be proud not only to have Alexa within a leadership position in Senate, but also to represent this organization outside of Kansas State. Overall, Alexa is an intelligent, capable, and personable woman. She is thoughtful and deliberate in her actions and has sensible reactions in all the circumstances I have seen her in. For these reasons, I can express great enthusiasm and confidence in Alexa's ability to succeed in this role. I encourage you all to consider these character traits and champion student advocacy, transparency, and empowerment in the Senate by supporting Alexa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm now looking for speeches for Anna. Senator Strunk.
Good job, Sam.
All right, guys. Hopefully your evening is going well so far. Anyways, in case you don't know me, Gavin Strunk, College of Business Administration. I was here last week, so. Anyways, a few weeks ago, I had no intention to speak for any of the candidates before you this evening. However, after many conversations and meetings, I decided to speak for Anna. Before the elections last month, I didn't know Anna personally. After meeting with her and talking with her in the union many times recently, I've come to know her a lot better. She clearly has a deep passion for three things. 1, Taylor Swift. 2, this organization. And then third, but most importantly, creating positive impacts for students around our university. One of the first things that I noticed about Anna is that she doesn't want to just make promises to us as senators, but she wants to get things done. As pro tempore, we need an individual who not only wants to get things done, but has gotten things done. Wildcat Pause Day would not have gotten anywhere without Anna's persistence and many meetings with both administration and faculty. This, along with all the other important work she has done to improve both the organization and campus, is why she was named Senator of the Year. Anna has more than a year of experience as a senator in this organization, which gives me hope that she can use this experience and apply it as pro tempore. All of the candidates that presented this evening are talented, energetic, and want to do the best to improve the world we live in. I wanted to take a moment in my speech to both thank and congratulate them for all that they've done and all that they're going to do for the university going forward. Their talents are needed in this organization. However, I believe that as a devoted resource to senators and as an individual who has and will make positive change going forward, Anna Koch is best suited in the role of Speaker Pro Tempore. And with that, I urge you to vote for Anna to be our next Speaker Pro Tempore.
Okay, we are now looking for speeches for Andrew. Senator Glanville.
Hello all. If I have not had the pleasure to meet with you yet, my name is Sophia Glanville, and I am a senator for the College of Engineering. I am somewhat flying by the seat of my pants. This week has not been kind to me, which I will wrap around to here in a minute. I met Andrew the first day that vets for marching band came back to join all the rookies for band camp. And let me tell you, Andrew brings such passion to everything he does. I had the pleasure of meeting him at band camp and just have gotten to know him so much more throughout the past year. He has a drive and a spark that I don't see from a lot of people these days. He is so there. He wants to make so many changes and good changes that I believe our university needs. I wholeheartedly believe he can be the one to bridge the gap between SGA and everyone on campus. SGA is kind of seen as this elusive thing unless somebody you know like introduces you to it or you already had a passion for student government. He has such great ideas to help build bonds between us and our student organizations here on campus. But he's not only interested in building bridges between SGA and student organizations. He really is a person who's out there just to get to know you and to be on your side, whether you like this organization or not. Yesterday afternoon, I lost my grandfather due to cancer and some other health issues. Andrew, being my friend, realized something was off. And he was just like, "Are you okay? How are things going?" He didn't know at the time when he asked, when he noticed, but he has that intuition that I believe somebody in this sort of position needs to be able to help our university. He's caring, kind, and will, to his best of his ability, support each and every one of us here in this room with anything we need, SGA related or otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, we're now looking for speeches for Alexa. Senator Jonak.
Get the light show in here. Love that. All right, so I just wanted to start by addressing you lovely ladies and gentlemen and members of SGA and also any students that we have or guests that are joining us today. So I stand before you today once again after many years. Most faces here I don't recognize anymore, but I was in SGA when I was in my undergrad degree here. So I am here to represent someone who is not just a passionate advocate for student representation, but is a proud supporter I'm a proud supporter of someone who embodies the essence of proactive leadership and inclusive governance. I'm here to endorse a candidate who has shown unwavering dedication to empowering students and fostering a culture of belonging within our community. That candidate is Alexa Heseltine. So if you have not met me yet, I'm an MPH student. Right now, I am the sole representative of the College of Vet Med. As an MPH student, I understand the importance of representation and advocacy for underrepresented communities. Alexa, through her steadfast commitment to student empowerment, has not only recognized but actively addressed the diverse needs of our student body. Alexa's platforms, as she presented in her presentation, speak volumes about her vision for a more inclusive and a more engaged student government. Her initiatives on caucus leader empowerment resonate really deeply with me, and as the only representative of my community, Alexa's support has been instrumental in getting me here today and amplifying our voices within SGA. Through her proposed monthly meetings with the provost and her focus on equipping caucus leaders with essential leadership skills, Alexa ensures that every student has a seat at the table and that their voice matters. Moreover, Alexa's emphasis on awareness and targeted outreach demonstrates her proactive approach to increasing student engagement by hosting informational sessions, collaborating with colleges to promote student senators, and developing targeted campaigns for underrepresented groups. Alexa ensures that every student is not only aware of SGA's role, but also feels empowered to participate actively, even if they don't have speaking rights. So, a little bit of background, I first met Alexa at a public health conference. Here, it was the Kansas Public Health Association conference. She was young and eager and an undergraduate student with so much drive and passion, and I was shocked at the time to learn that she was not a fellow graduate student. So I also come here to you today speaking from personal experience when I say that Alexa's leadership qualities are unparalleled. I simply, again, would not be here today speaking in front of you if not for Alexa. She recruited me from the College of Vet Med as someone who hasn't thought about SGA since 2021. A little bit of history about me. I was an intern, and then I was a senator for 3 years, and then I was the Travel Allocations Committee Chair, now known as SAC. And from my experience with that, I've had the privilege of witnessing firsthand Alexa's ability to inspire, innovate, and drive positive change. Her strategic mindset, coupled with her genuine concern for student welfare, makes her an exceptional candidate for the position of Speaker Pro Tem. Furthermore, Alexa's commitment to student support, particularly for multicultural and LGBTQ+ communities, underscores her dedication to inclusivity and equity. She has already shown that she is dedicated to conducting surveys, organizing inclusive events, and advocating for diverse student groups. Alexa's goal is to ensure that every student feels valued and supported by SGA. So, in conclusion, I urge you all to join me in supporting her for her election for Speaker Pro Tem. Her leadership, integrity, and passion for student advocacy make her the ideal candidate to lead our student government toward new heights of excellence and inclusivity. Together, let us rally behind Alexa and work towards a future where every student's voice is heard and every student's voice is valued. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're now looking for speeches for Anna. Senator Sushanik.
I would like to defer my speaking rights to Nicole Robb.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dakota Broughton, former chairperson for the Strategic Oversight Committee. Today, I stand before you to advocate for Anna Koch to be appointed as your Speaker Pro Tempore. In a time where effective leadership is important, Anna has demonstrated her commitment and vision for the student body. One of Anna's key strengths lie in her dedication to accountability. She recognizes the importance of holding our college caucuses accountable and achieving their goals defined at the beginning of this term. With her leadership, we can ensure that promises made are promises kept, improving the trust and reliability within KSU SGA. Anna has shown a proactive approach to empowering our student organizations. She intends to promote workshops for SGA funding, facilitate access to KSU resources, and ensure that every club can utilize our student service dollars. She's also made a commitment to community outreach that strengthens our ability to make a real impact outside of K-State. She intends to renew our approach to Org Central by sending meeting minutes promptly after our Thursday meetings and updating referred legislation. She ensures that every voice is heard and every decision is informed. Additionally, her initiative to provide a clear plan for committee meetings ensures that our processes are more accessible to the public and other members of KSU SGA. Her ability to maintain order while under pressure outlines her readiness for the role of Speaker Pro Tempore, and her commitment to mastering Robert's Rules of Orders, as she said, will ensure that our proceedings are conducted with efficiency. Anna is driven by a strong desire to effect positive change within KSU SGA. Her goals are to bridge the gap between branches, conduct community outreach, and foster a sense of unity to reflect our shared mission to improve K-State. With her leadership in this role, we will be a more cohesive and impactful student government. I urge you to support Anna Koch for the position of Speaker Pro Tempore. Thank you.
Okay, we're now looking for speeches for Andrew. Senator Sushanik.
I would like to defer my speaking rights to Ibrahim Shishi.
Hello everyone, my apologies for being late. Currently observing Ramadan, so I had my dinner at like 7:40, so my apologies. But first off, my name is Ibrahim Chifchi. I'm a sophomore. Last year I served as a multicultural affairs director on the student body president's cabinet. But today I'm honored to have the opportunity to address with you guys today and share why I support Andrew Lee for Speaker Pro Temp in SGA. Before I do that, I'll tell a quick story of how I learned about Andrew. I was talking with the president of the Asian American Student Union, and then he said, yo, we have this poli-sci guy. He might take your position in the future. And I kind of hoped he did, but he decided to go be pro temp or run for pro temp. But today I'm honored to share why I think he is the right fit for that role. I believe that Andrew is a transformative leader who can bring about positive change within our campus community. First, let's reflect on the significance of inclusion in today's world. In an area where differences are celebrated and inclusivity is a moral imperative, it is paramount that our student leadership embodies these values. Andrew Lee exemplifies this through his actions and advocacy. He understands that diversity is not just about representation, but about creating a culture of belonging where every individual feels valued and empowered to contribute their unique perspective and talents. Andrew's support for multicultural student organizations, MSOs, and students from diverse backgrounds is not just a campaign promise, but a lived reality. He has consistently demonstrated his commitment to amplifying the voices of marginalized communities, advocating for resources and support systems tailored for their needs, and fostering a sense of belonging and inclusion for all students. Andrew has consistently made the effort to attend MSO meetings in person and hold conversations with them. I witnessed these at a few, but not limited, to the Asian American Student Union, the Hispanic American Leadership Organization, and the award-winning Black Student Union. His efforts have not only enriched the experience of MSO members, but have also contributed to a more vibrant and diverse campus culture. Through these experiences, he has the ability to foster a collaborative platform, not just for MSOs, but also student government, and make our organization more impactful and more reliable. Furthermore, Andrew's dedication to driving inclusive policy reform sets him apart as a visionary leader and a perfect fit for Pro Temp. He recognizes that policies play a pivotal role in shaping the experiences and opportunities available to students. His advocacy for policies that promote equity, dismantle systemic barriers, and foster a culture of inclusivity is rooted in his deep understanding of the challenges faced by marginalized communities. His leadership in this regard is essential for creating a campus environment where every single student can thrive, not just in our campus community, not just in SGA, but overall everywhere. Furthermore, let's talk about Andrew's multicultural background. One of Andrew's most compelling attributes is his multicultural background, which enriches his perspectives and informs his approach to leadership. As someone who has navigated different cultural landscapes, Andrew brings a nuanced understanding of intersectionality, cultural competence, and a global perspective to the table. Through these, Andrew's profound understanding has enabled seamless collaboration with diverse groups, transcending barriers of different backgrounds. His adept collaboration empowers him to lead students effectively, fostering an inclusive environment conducive to collective prosperity. This allows him to bridge divides, foster dialogue, and cultivate mutual understanding among diverse groups and SGA, a skill set that is invaluable in a leadership role within our student government. In conclusion, Andrew Lee for Speaker Pro Tem is not just about electing a leader, it is about embracing a vision of inclusivity, equity, empowerment for all students. I urge each and every one of you to join me in supporting Andrew's candidacy, not just for the sake of his qualifications, but for the transformative impact he can have in our campus community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and I'm now looking for a speech for Alexa. Senator Haynes.
Hi. If you don't know me, my name is Emily Haynes, and I am a senator of Arts and Sciences. I met Alexa in the Strategic Oversight Committee. Shout out to my SOC baddies. I was a new senator who just kind of got thrown into SGA, and I didn't even know what an at-large senator was or what their purpose was in SGA. But once I figured that out, Alexa had come onto the committee as an at-large senator, and right away I was really impressed with how much she was excited to be involved. And I remember being envious that Alexa didn't have to go to the Senate meetings. As someone new to the body, it seemed like the total package to not have to attend the longer, more intimidating meeting. But I would still see Alexa, along with the other at-large senator that served on SOC, at the Senate meetings every week. And that showed me Alexa's passion and work ethic for Senate that I wasn't even sure I possessed at that time. Also, when I met with Alexa, she showed me her CATS plan that I was not only impressed by, but could tell that it was coming from a genuine place of wanting change in SGA from the short time that she and I have served on this body. I believe in her values and share her current frustrations with this organization, especially how important it is for a woman to be in one of the seats at the front of this room. For those reasons, I can see her thriving in a position like this, and that's why I believe she is the best person for the job. Thank you.
Okay, and now we're looking for speeches for Anna. Senator Carton.
I move to defer my speaking rights to MRS Student Body Vice President Just Binkley.
All right, hi everyone. I think this gets brighter and brighter each time I come up here. As Benji said, I am the old student body vice president, Jess Binkley, and thrilled to be up here speaking on behalf of Anna. So I got to work with Anna a lot over the past year, particularly due to her interest and just curiosity in what cabinet members were doing and what Caleb and I and Jake were working on, but also because of her drive to get the Pause Day legislation passed and on its way to faculty. So while she's had a lot of different accomplishments, her work with the Pause Day legislation is really where I've interacted with her the most, so that's primarily what I'm gonna focus on today. In my role as VP, it was very clear the importance of collaborating between the branches. We talked a lot about how this is an important quality for SGA leadership, but it's something that Anna has really been practicing even before she had her sights set on leadership. Quality collaboration allows us as SGA to really come together and then face students, faculty, and administration as a strong and unified front which is something that I think we can all say is extremely important. More than just working together, we've also seen how necessary it is for us to actually do the legwork when we want to get something done. Anna has proven that she is more than capable of putting in that work that it takes to really make change at the university. From my point of view, the way that she handled herself throughout the process of writing and pushing through the pause day legislation through all of the necessary steps was nothing short of admirable. She had an idea that was not a new one, but she was the one that put in the work to get stuff done. She met with tons of students, faculty members, and administrators. She took criticism and made the necessary changes and compromises, and she saw the project through to the end by understanding the conversations that have recently been had in the Calendar Committee, Academic Affairs Committee, and Faculty Senate meetings. The steps she takes and how she handles herself should really be used as a framework for us all, and maybe you all now that I'm done. When you are deciding who is the best fit for pro tem next term, I believe it should be the person whose actions exemplify what the gold standard should be for the rest of the individuals in the organization. Anna talks the talk, but she also walks the walk, so I strongly urge you to vote for her for pro tem.
Okay, and we're now looking for speeches for Andrew. Senator Shahasavari.
Well, hi everyone. I'm Vajiha Shahsawari. I'm the College of Education Senator. I met Andrew at DEIB while seeking funding for our event. Typically, these meetings last around 15 minutes, but ours extended to 45 minutes due to the committee members bombarding me with numerous questions to understand how the budget would be utilized. This demonstrated the thoughtfulness and precision of the committee members, especially Andrew. Following our encounter, I maintained contact with Andrew, who supported me and appreciated my participation in a radio interview for International Women's Day on Cayman radio station. On March 8th, I was a panelist at an International Women's Day event hosted by Kansas Senator Dr. Yusha Reddy at the Holiday Inn, which is associated with American Association University Women, AAUW. It was surprising to see Andrew at the event, if, given the predominantly female attendance. I really admire the few men who participated, as it exemplifies their thoughtfulness and support for women's rights and equity. Such men deserve prominent roles in society due to their fairness and advocacy for justice. I believe Andrew, not only an exceptional student and long-standing member of the Student Government Association, will achieve great success in his future endeavor. I envision him serving in the U.S. Senate, advocating for meaningful change. Thank you.
Okay, we're now looking for speeches for Alexa. Senator Saya.
While I haven't known Alexa for very long, I'm confident in her ability to be our pro tem. I always appreciate women in SGA, especially those that pursue leadership positions. I find them incredibly inspiring as they give me a sense of belonging. Outside of being a woman pursuing leadership in SGA, Alexa has given me a sense of belonging by being kind and approachable. She's willing to listen to anything I have to say, no matter how relevant or important. And trust me, I've shared some pretty unimportant details of my life with her. Regardless, I think we need a selfless, kind, approachable pro tem, and I think Alexa is the perfect woman for the job. Thank you.
Okay, and now we're looking for speeches for Anna. Senator Kermer.
Good evening, my fellow senators. While I regret that I cannot be with you in person today, I'm grateful for the opportunity to address you, even if it means navigating the challenges of Italian Wi-Fi to do so. I took a few minutes to sit and think about the past few years I've served as a senator and caucus leader for the College of Architecture, Planning, and Design, and the different leaders and senators we've seen in this chamber. We've debated quite a few pieces of legislation, even a couple pieces where debate seemed to have gone on forever. I've even gotten to the point where I've sat there during debate and thought, what if I made a motion to adjourn right now, as a joke to see if I would have support from other people in the room. If you don't know what I'm talking about yet, just wait. Everyone forms an opinion on whether they are going to support a bill or vote it down. It's why you're here in the first place. Your peers have entrusted you and the rest of your caucus to vote on their behalf with them in mind. But get past the idea that a bill is good or bad and what your opinion may be on it for just a second, and you start to see something that drives each and every person in the room. It's passion. A passion to improve the quality of life on and off campus for all students. A passion to ensure that each and every student is as successful as they can be. When deciding on who to support this year, I thought a lot about passion and who encompasses that the most and has a track record to prove that. That is why I stand today in support of Anna Koch's candidacy for Speaker Pro Tempore. You got to see a sneak peek of that very passion I'm talking about during the second open period just last week. From the get-go of Anna joining SGA, I've continually been blown away by her dedication and passion for the health and well-being of students at K-State. She has always kept this body up to date on different events around campus that are centered around health and well-being. She even got up in her first week of being a voting member in this body to make us aware of an event. I don't know about you, but I don't think I went up to the podium to speak for a whole year until I was comfortable enough to. And here she is going up on her first day. Let's just say I was a proud caucus leader that day. Most of the time when people write legislation, they just worry about getting it passed in the Senate and they lose track of where it goes after that. I have absolutely been guilty of that myself. As mentioned last week in the open period, Anna's baby for almost a year now has been her resolution pushing for a mental health day in the fall. When most people worry about getting a bill passed and they move on to their day-to-day journeys after that. Anna has been going to committee after committee and talking to person after person about getting this mental health day on the calendar. That is the sole definition of passion. I urge you to consider the qualities that truly define effective leadership within Student Governing Association: passion and dedication. Anna Koch exemplifies these qualities to the highest degree. Her unwavering commitment to the betterment of our campus and community, particularly in the realms of health and well-being, is evident in her actions and track record. Her resilience in the face of challenges such as being denied a cabinet position last year only serves to underscore her commitment to her ideals. Anna Koch's tenacity in pursuing her goals sets her apart as a candidate who not only talks the talk, but also walks the walk. Thank you.
Okay, we're now looking for speeches for Andrew. Senator Hoffman.
Oh, guys. God, Jess was onto something. Okay. So I first met Andrew when he walked into the Emerging Leaders program 15 minutes late because he had just come back from band practice where he plays trumpet. It was hard not to take it personally, let me tell you, as everyone who was there will gladly tell you that last year's Emerging Leaders program was the best in recent history, as well as being the biggest class since 2012. Despite his initial questionable actions, I quickly learned that Andrew is one of the highest achievers that I know, while also being an extremely nice, funny, and intelligent person. During Emerging Leaders, we conduct one-on-ones with all of our mentees, and I had the great pleasure of interviewing Andrew. Once I prompted him, the man started listing one after another and after another activity that he did in high school and that he listed in his presentation. But it far outpaces what most college students achieve in their entire career. Despite being involved in local city council, local zoo boards, various student programs, creating an environmental action club that he told me is still functional today, as well as being student body president, he still had time to be an exceptional student and an exceptional person. Now, listing the things he's done does not make him any more eligible to become Speaker pro tempore than any other person. However, it's his commitment to achieve all of these things, as well as doing more, that does. Despite all of the things that he is involved with, he has showed that he is able to work through them all while not sacrificing any time or commitments to any of them. However, it is not these achievements that have convinced me why Andrew should be our next pro tempore. It was his behavior during emerging leaders meetings where he was consistently asking, looking, and working, but more importantly, learning ways that he can make students' experiences here at K-State better. It is his commitment in bringing out students whose voices usually aren't heard and making them heard. It is his commitment to advocating for positive, productive change here in K-State SGA and K-State as a whole. It is his commitment to being the best person that he can be while not forgetting to learn, experience, and listen, because he knows there is always room for growth. But above all, it's the fact that he would do near anything for his friends when they most need him, but he would do the same for a person that he just met. For it's Andrew's friendliness that will draw people into this organization, but it is his passion that will keep them here. Vote Andrew.
We're now looking for speeches for Alexa. Senator Carton.
Yep. Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. How many of our butts are numb right now? Yes. Okay. Hopefully this will go by quickly. As you know, my name is Benjamin Carton, and I am from the College of AP Design, and I assure you this speech tonight is actually planned. I'm here to advocate for Alexa Hesseltine to be the next speaker pro tempore. Starting off, I want to give you a glimpse of how I work. I have been told and agree with that I work in differing ways compared to many of you, my style being deemed backwards. I think this trait makes me unique in my own right, and I use it to the best of my ability, and make sure I do it as correctly as I can. With that, I know many of you in this chamber know you either work front ways, back ways, slant ways, or smooth as these Manhattan roads. Sometimes we hit potholes, you know, maybe they'll actually fix them, pun intended. So, but in all seriousness, we all work differently. One of Alexa's greatest strengths is working with anyone, regardless how they may approach things. She analyzes how best to work with anyone inside or outside this chamber. She incorporates her views and stances with precision in any situation that may be thrown her way. She has shown consistently her willingness to engage and collaborate with people. If she doesn't understand something in the moment, she is not afraid to ask for help or clarification, even if said question is a hard question to ask. She wants to help you reach your ideas and goals, but while simultaneously supporting SGA and K-State in the best way possible. She makes sure she is transparent and open about everything she can along the entire process. She also makes sure that the communications stay open and coherent as well in order not to lose or confuse people along the way. These traits are two of the highest that I believe leaders should have, and Alexa has shown me, and countless others, that she has worked hard to master these traits. Lastly, one of the items that has been a rather questionable point for some of you. To preface what I will say next, Anna Koch and Andrew Lee are both superbly qualified for this position, but don't you dare think for one moment they are not. I merely think their time is not right now, and definitely in the next 1 or 2 years. As many of you know, Alexa will be a senior next year and will have another year after that. Many of you have said that she might be too old for this position and that you are wanting someone younger. As a 21-year-old myself, I have been told that I am too old for leadership positions, leadership roles, and have been passed over solely due to my age. I believe being 21 is not old. Now, mind you, I do have knee, hip, and lower back pain, but that doesn't mean that I'm old. It just means I don't take care of myself. There's some laughs. I hope that woke some people up. Anyway. Anyway, don't let age be a deterrent. Instead, embrace it. It is one thing that does help make Alexa different, that she may have a few more trips around the bend. I cannot stress to you enough, please do not let age be the deterrent from voting Alexa. In conclusion, I want to thank you all for listening / doing your homework during this time. For the sake of transparency and communication, I encourage you all to vote for Alexa Hesseltine. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are now seeking speeches for Anna. Senator Lilly.
I move to the previous question.
Previous question is not in order right now. We have to have 5 opportunities per candidate, and Senator Koch's only had 4. With that, do we have any speeches for Anna? Senator Deivelbus.
Geibelbus, and Benji, wait until you're 26, then you'll understand the pain. Okay, so I am here to endorse Anna Koch, to be upfront, and I've known her for a relatively short period of time, but I can absolutely speak on her passion. I can 100% tell that she is absolutely passionate about SGA, about making people happy, really about what you care about. And she will sit there, and I'll give you an example here in a second. But talking about making people happy, I want to make you all happy since we've been sitting here a little while. So if anybody could tell me, where do bad rainbows go?
We can't answer. We don't have speaking rights.
They go to prism. But don't worry, it's a light sentence. All right, anyway, don't want to waste too much time. So I've met with all three candidates. They're fabulous candidates. We've seen all their platforms, very similar platforms. What we're very fortunate about is all the platforms really align well with our speaker's platform, which I think will be very beneficial. Once again, Anna's passionate about empowering all of you, making SGA a more inclusive place for everyone, students, senators, everyone. And I'll tell you, I think what really set her apart were two things when I met with her. Number one, she gave me a very highly detailed explanation of all of the duties and responsibilities of the speaker pro tempore, which I think to be able to do that really shows a deep understanding of the position, which is necessary to qualify her intent to run for the position. Another thing that set her apart is had like an hour and 30-minute long conversation out of a 15-minute meeting with her, and started talking about her platform, went to talking about a potential resolution that Senator Rizzo and I may be authoring here soon, and we wound up talking about a magazine article that I'm getting ready to write about. I've been living out of my truck, bumming around the country to see our Honor Society monuments, and now she's given me a writing workshop on a magazine article for an hour and a half. So, like I said, passionate about people, and she wants you to be happy. And I definitely believe she wants to do the workshops. I'm convinced with that. So I will give you another one in closing. Tell me, and hopefully we can suspend the rules or something. Tell me how high you have to drop an egg on concrete for it to break.
I don't know.
Well, it's much higher than you would think because concrete's pretty tough. That's all. Vote for Anna.
Please maintain decorum.
Okay, seeing as that was a speech for Anna, we're now looking at Senator Lilly.
I moved previously. Sorry. Object.
Okay, it has been moved, seconded, and objected. All of those in favor of moving to previous question and voting on the candidates, raise your placards now.
You may not vote while standing up.
The motion will pass. Okay. I will send you an email with the form to vote. If you don't get the email, please let me know. Has anyone not had the opportunity to vote? Okay. Okay, has everybody now had the opportunity to cast their vote? Okay. No candidate has received a majority of the votes. So the candidate in first place is Alexa Hesseltine with 43.48% of the vote. The candidate in second place is Andrew Lee with 30.43% of the vote. And the candidate in third place is Anna Koch with 26.09% of the vote. So at this time, would any of the candidates like to suspend their campaign?
I suspend my campaign.
Okay. With that, we will now go into debate again with Andrew going first and Alexa going second. And then at the end of that, we will send out another ballot. So at this time, I would recognize any speakers for Andrew. Actually, Lee first. Yeah.
Point of order. How many speeches? Is it 5 again? Or the call for yes? Okay. Okay.
Okay, Senator Sushanik.
Can you repeat what you just said, but louder?
Yeah, so if nobody speaks, we will go directly into a vote again. But if we have many people speaking, we cannot call for previous question until each candidate has had 5 opportunities to have speakers for them. So with that, I am looking for speakers for Andrew. Senator Alvarez.
Y'all are real tall. All right, you were right about that one. Hi, I'm Alondra Alvarez, newly appointed senator. Isn't that great, giving a speech in front of all y'all fancy people? Okay, so I'm here to speak on behalf of Andrew Lee. I will say I wouldn't say I have sort of a bias, but he is a good friend of mine, and I'm going to explain why. I was grateful to meet Andrew Lee at the beginning of the Emerging Leaders program here in the fall. I was really discouraged. I didn't know that I wanted to continue doing SGA, especially as a multicultural student coming into an organization that, let's be honest, doesn't have a lot of multicultural faces. So coming in here and seeing a lot of, seeing a lot of students, it was kind of discouraging to me. And I was grateful that Andrew was able to help me by forming a connection with me, becoming a good friend of mine, and helping me kind of establish myself here in SGA, encouraging me to join DEIB and then start, giving myself a voice here in this. And now, look at me, I'm in the Senate speaking in front of all of you today. I'm going to say, first of all, that I think all 3 candidates, now 2, sorry, Anna, are extremely wonderful people. Getting to meet with them, getting to know them, and sit and talking with them, it was just a great experience. And I want to give the speech on Andrew's behalf because of 3 things. First, it was the experience of the emerging leaders and the DEIB committees that we were a part of. He was extremely professional, always straight to the point, always wanted to get things done. He was always helpful in pointing the group to the right direction and then getting us on track when we were making decisions, especially in DEIB, where those conversations lasted 30 to 45 minutes, just trying to decide whether or not we should fund like a certain food item or define clothing, which can be very stressful. But with Andrew in the room, it was helpful to have that voice in there to kind of help guide us.
I also think he was really great at understanding what really needed to be done when making those decisions and getting kind of knowing like what we can do to get there and to get to that like point to make that decision. He showed a lot of leadership qualities, and that's just he never was really an issue when it came to collaborating. He was always open to that communication and open to getting to know everyone in the room and making sure that he was like just that friendly face that everyone can connect with, everyone can talk to. Second, he is very determined and extremely dedicated. If not, he wouldn't be standing up here and he wouldn't, run for this position in the first place. He was never really here to cause issues. He was always here to just get things done. He knows what he wants to do, and he knows exactly how to get there, and we can see that with everything that he did in high school and everything that he's starting to do right now, especially as a first-year student here at K-State. He's always been willing to help others succeed. He's always been willing to help me succeed as well. He has initiatives, and he's always just supportive of others' ideas. I have sat down with him and talked to him about all of the things that I want to do here at SGA and all of the connections that I want to build, and he's been able to connect me with certain people and to get me going in the right direction. He's never made my ideas feel unimportant, and as a multicultural student, that has been so important to me. You don't understand how it feels to be someone that feels underrepresented and to have someone connect with you and say, here, I am here for you, and I'm going to get you where I need you to be so that you and I can both succeed. And it wasn't all about him when I was having these conversations. It wasn't like, oh, well, I'm gonna connect you with this, and I'm gonna take your idea, I'm gonna voice my opinion with your idea. No, it was, here's your idea, I have it, now let me get you to the right direction. Let me get you connected with the right people. I know he'll always connect me to the right person, and he's always going to be there to help me and everyone else in this room. And finally, connections. He is extremely good to talk to, very trustworthy, and extremely approachable. He has represented...
Speaker's time has expired.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're looking for speeches for Alexa. Senator Glasscock.
As some of you may know, I had gone into this chamber tonight planning on speaking for Andrew for this position. However, from talking with other senators and from hearing the positions and hearing the arguments, I believe that Alexa is the best for this job. I believe that she has the passion and that she has the drive. And going into the debate tonight, I thought about 3 questions. I thought about how committed are the candidates to this position and to this body. I thought about how connected are they to the other senators and to the people that they're trying to serve. And I thought about what they wanted to do, what ideas that they had. And Alexa showed me that not only is she passionate for the senators, not only does she talk and listen and hear from what they have to say, not only is she trying to go out there and work with student organizations, but she also has a plan on how to address, making sure that there are diverse voices on campus. At the beginning of my term last year, there was an incident where multiple leaders of MSOs came into this body, came into this chamber, and protested a vote, and protested a candidate for the DIB chair. It was messy, it was difficult, and it left a scar on how people perceived this Senate body. And I think that we need to make sure that either candidate is pushing forward and ensuring that they are working with the student organization on campus, and they are making sure that the other presidents and that the MSOs are actually being listened to. And I think that Alexa Hesseltine shows that commitment, and she's worked with people before, and she knows what it is to be a student leader on campus, and she has the time to make sure that that's going to be a commitment that she can follow through on. And I think that she's going to make sure that Senate is put into the best light because she cares about people, and she cares about their thoughts, and she cares about their feelings, and she cares about what they want to do. Because as senators, our role is to make sure that we are pushing forward the issues that we as senators and the people that we represent want seen. The Speaker Pro Tem, their role is to make sure that our issues are being heard, and Alexa is hearing those issues and making sure that they're being put to the forefront. So I urge you to vote for Alexa Hesseltine for Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you.
And we're now looking for speeches for Andrew. Senator Glanville.
Hello again. I believe that Andrew checks all the boxes for Speaker Pro Temp. Looking back on our time in Emerging Leaders, all of last Senate session, while I was not actively a part of Senate, minus my affiliation with SAC, I came to meetings and decided to get my foot in the door through Emerging Leaders. Andrew came in with this fire and passion that I have likewise seen in a while. He came in and, not to brag, but we did awards at the end of Emerging Leaders, and my award was knows more about Senate than the Emerging Leaders coordinators. However, I believe Andrew should have gotten that award. Man, did he know a lot. And while he wasn't actively participating in Senate, he knew so much. He knew about all the positions, he knew about all the committees, he had done his research, and he was ready to prove that he was going to be a force to be reckoned with within this organization. I believe that having a strong voice of a minority is absolutely wonderful for this organization. And while I don't know what it feels like to be a person of color, I do know what it's like to be a part of the LGBTQ community. And he was able to connect with me in that way. We need more minority voices here. And I believe Andrew is able to amplify that and be able to be in a position where he will connect us with all the organizations. And as mentioned by previous speaker, it was messy for that DEIB chair, but building those connections is what's going to undo some of those tangles that have been created in previous years. And so I urge you to vote Andrew to make a change within this body, within this campus, and I believe wholeheartedly within this world. Thank you.
Okay, we're now looking for speeches for Alexa, Senator Carton.
I defer my speaking rights to Natalie Nuntz on Zoom.
All right, hello everybody, and thank you for having me. I think tonight we've heard a lot about Alexa's experience in Senate, and I'm here to kind of give a shadow on Alexa as a whole. So one of the roles that I'm involved with is leading food security scholars, and Alexa has joined that organization this year. When I first met Alexa, I immediately knew she was well involved on campus and had done her research even throughout all the organizations. When I first met her, she came to interviews and she had already knew my name, and that stuck out to me a lot. It's not every day you go and meet somebody and they automatically know you, they greet you, they know what you're a part of, and Alexa's that kind of person that is so individualized that you might not even know her and she knows who you are and knows what you need and knows everything about you. And you know, throughout my time at FSS, Alexa was always the first person there. Alexa was always the first person to ask a question. She was always the first person to you know, speak up, and that is something that has really stuck out with me. Another thing I want to highlight about Alexa is you know, no one has brought this up, and I think this is a true honor that really, really speaks to what she has, you know, put into her work with school, and that's that Alexa is a Truman finalist this year. People might be worried about, you know, her age age, as someone had said that she's a senior, but as you can see, she has put in the work to make things happen. And there might be concerns I've heard about time commitment as well, but that is something that should not deter you from voting for her at all. Alexa has full-heartedly managed her schedule and put in everything she could to everything she does. And lastly, the thing I want to touch on is specifically this role and what Alexa has, taught me and told me through this. So I actually had a meeting with Alexa. She reached out to me and we sat down, and not only was it just a short meeting, we went out to dinner and we talked for, well over an hour about her goals. And not only was she there to tell me her goals, but she was there to listen to what I had to say as well. And she was very receptive. She did change that original point to a new one, and that was obviously, due to things that she heard from the student body. Alexa is someone that can take on this role, hear students, but also give ideas and be able to step back and let those be revised. And that is something that is so unique in an individual that you cannot just find anywhere. Alexa has been a role model for me, a leader, a follower, a networker, anything that you would want in a person for this role. And with that, I truly cannot see anybody else fulfilling this role to the extent that Alexa would. She's incredibly passionate about this, and I just ask that you all take that into consideration during this vote and recognize her accomplishments not only in Senate but off Senate as well, and see that she's proven herself to take on this role and fulfill it to the greatest extent that you could see so far in Senate. So with that, thank you.
Okay, with that, we're looking for speeches for Andrew. Senator Wolf.
Hi, everyone. So for people who don't know me, my name is Allie Wolf. I'm a senior this year, so I've seen a lot of time in SGA. And honestly, I never thought I'd ever speak for someone before or even be asked to. So I was really appreciative when Andrew did. So this is my speech. Good evening, everyone. My name is Allie Wolf, and I stand before you today not just as a member of Student Governing Association, but as an involved student here at K-State. Throughout my time in SGA, I've had a front row seat of being able to witness many different types of leadership. I've noticed that the most important qualities in a leader, and this organization specifically, should have clear communication and a strong work ethic. It is with this understanding and experience that I wholeheartedly endorse Andrew Lee for the position of Speaker Pro Tem of the Student Senate. Andrew is not just a candidate with ideas, he's a visionary with a plan. His commitment to enhance SGA stems from not just his understanding of our student body's needs, but also from his natural leadership skills. I've seen Andrew in action, displaying an exceptional ability to communicate complex ideas with clarity and enthusiasm. His communication skills are not just about talking, they're about listening. Andrew has shown time and time again that he values every voice, making him the leader we need to bring our diverse student body together. Leadership is more than just taking charge. It's about setting an example. Andrew embodies this through his dedication, showing us all what it means to lead by example. His approach to leadership is community-based, inspiring participation, and fostering a sense of friendship among us. He has a unique ability to see the bigger picture while ensuring that no detail is overlooked, a trait that is crucial for this role as Speaker Pro Tem. Collaboration is at the heart of every successful organization, and this is where Andrew truly shines. He understands the strength of SGA lies in our ability to work together towards a common goal. His approach to problem solving is inclusive, ensuring that all voices are heard and valued. This collaborative spirit is what will drive the Student Senate to having more accurate representation throughout campus, fostering an environment where every member feels welcomed and empowered to contribute to our collective success. Lastly, Andrew's work ethic is unmatched. I have witnessed his dedication and commitment to SGA, always going above and beyond what is asked of him, even during his short period of time here. His tireless dedication is serving the student body a testament to his character and genuine desire to make a positive impact in our community here at K-State. In conclusion, Andrew Lee is not just the best choice for Speaker Pro Tem, he's the right choice. His communication skills, leadership, collaborative approach, and work ethic are exactly what this Student Senate needs to help propel us forward. I have no doubt that under his leadership, SGA will thrive, making meaningful contributions to the student experience overall. Thank you for considering my thoughts, and I urge you all to support Andrew Lee.
Okay, and now we're looking at speeches for Alexa. Senator Zatko.
Sorry, Allie. Hi, everybody. My name is Katie Zacco. I'm with College of Business Administration over in the corner. I didn't prepare a speech tonight because I really wasn't expecting to speak, but I felt that it was important to do. So when I met with Alexa, and mind you, I met with all three candidates and had great conversations with all three. When I met with Alexa, there was just like a certain spark about her. I was like, dang, this girl, like, she has some fire underneath her. And she actually helped me to feel a lot more at ease with some of the issues that we're facing as an organization. So often a piece of legislation will come up, for example, the parking pass legislation, very controversial. A lot of people didn't like it. They were like, that's not gonna help fill seats, that's not gonna help keep senators. So Alexa, I don't have a speech prepared, so I'm just going at it. Alexa actually has a lot of initiatives that I think would encourage people to join Senate. For one, she's very inviting, very welcoming, as a lot of previous speakers have mentioned. When I was meeting with her, we actually met at the dog park because I had to take my sister's dog to the dog park. She was extremely personable. She was very kind and welcoming. And that just really stuck with me. And I think that with leadership, often it can be very scary to approach them with issues. But with Alexa, I felt the most comfortable bringing up different issues I had with her. She also is very passionate. Sorry, I have gum in. I kind of forgot about that. She's also very passionate about recruiting for vet med, which we consistently see vacant seats, like you mentioned earlier, that we just cannot fill because vet med students are so busy and don't really see a need for Senate. Her idea is to go out and connect with those colleges more directly. That's going to bring those vet med students in and bring those different perspectives from other areas of campus that we're needing so desperately. So that's our biggest issue right now, recruitment and retention. I think Alexa has great qualities to make current senators feel more welcome, as well as bringing in new senators, especially from vet med. Last, I just wanted to touch on her ability to get things done ability to get things done in an efficient way, but also in a way that doesn't make you feel stupid, I guess. So as a senator, if you're not in a leadership position, a lot of the stuff that goes on, you don't really know what's going on. You may not know like any of the governing docs. I'm not familiar with them. I haven't read them. I asked her questions about actually running for committee chair, and she described the process to me. She was actually referencing governing docs within that, and it came so easy to her that she's knowledgeable enough to take on that leadership position. So with that, the knowledge, welcoming persona, as well as her ability and passion to recruit and retain members, I think are something we need so desperately in a pro tem, which is why I support Alexa.
Okay, and now we're looking for speakers for Andrew.
There may be one.
Oh, thanks, babe.
Oh, Senator Kermer.
Hello again, everyone. So you heard me talk earlier for Anna, and I talked about passion and dedication. But Andrew is the next person on my passion list that I talked about. When Andrew first reached out to me, like all the other candidates did, I thought it was the typical email about meeting to go over his platform for Pro Tem, but boy, was I wrong. The meeting was set up to be a listening session about my experience in SGA and what I thought needed to change for the betterment of the university and the organization. This was very unusual because normally these meetings are presentation heavy and lecture heavy. I felt heard after that meeting. Andrew was forming his platform based off the people and the feedback that he was getting. That just shows his passion to being able to elevate student voices and sharing the concern that other students and senators may have while they're here for their main job at K-State, learning. Also, I am going to mention the marching band part of his involvement, as I am also in the marching band. Anyone that gets involved in marching band here at K-State just shows how much passion they have for the university. Being involved like he is with all the different organizations on top of marching band is just insane. I talk with that as I have studio that I'm involved with on top of that as well. But he takes that to a whole different level than what I have. So I would throw my full support behind Andrew now, and I hope you join. Thank you.
Okay, we're now looking for speeches for Alexa. Senator Shirky.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Philip Shirky. I am a senator for the College of Engineering. I came here as an undecided voter. I had deep reservations about voting for any of the three candidates. In fact, I had been asked by Alexa Hesseltine to speak on her behalf, and I declined because I was not convinced that any of these candidates had what I was looking for in a leader. Since that time, all of my doubts have been assuaged, and I can confidently endorse Alexa Hesseltine. My reasons for this are as follows. Whereas some leaders, potential leaders, can bring passion, which we've talked a lot about here, Alexa brings policy. When you saw those three presentations at the beginning of the Senate meeting some 37 years ago, when we started this business, you saw a variety of presentations with a lot of flashy ideas and rhetoric, but only one of those presentations had the positive ideas that we needed, and that was Alexa Hesseltine's. The next one, some leaders bring smiles, but Alexa brings solutions, and more importantly, these solutions are informed by the senators. You could see in those presentations that Alexa's broad points, that CATS plan, had in fact been altered from its original form. It was altered by the meetings she had with each and every one of you. She is the only candidate here who can truly be said to listen to the will of the senators and the people. In law, there's a concept called the rules of evidence. Laws are supposed to be clear, but the circumstances that have them applied so often cannot be. When there's a disagreement of fact, we can be deeply uncertain as to what the truth may be. I urge you not to consider any facts not in evidence. Use only what you have seen. Use the truth that was laid before you in these presentations. Don't rely on feelings. Rely on fact. Vote for Alexa Hesseltine.
Okay, now we're looking for speeches for Andrew. Senator Strunk.
I'd like to preface my speech by saying that I have personally watched Andrew, do very important work in our organization. Anyways, Andrew came into SGA with lots of energy and a mind like a sponge, always asking important questions in both meetings and one-on-one. I felt like he had a deep interest in both my thoughts and my experience in this organization. He makes those he speaks with feel valued. He wants to better himself so he can better others around him. He has worked tirelessly throughout both his time at K-State and before to make sure the communities he's in are at their best. He wants all voices to be heard, as well as forming platforms based on the opinions of others. He would make decisions and advocate based on the opinions of our body. I have no doubt that Andrew would prioritize his role as pro tempore and make more than enough time for this organization. He has shown that he wants to create a more cohesive SGA environment which will benefit our organization as a whole. Andrew has written important legislation and made strides to bring others into our organization. When I think of Andrew, I cannot think of a better individual to bring our organization together and lead us forward.
Okay, with that, we're looking for speeches for Alexa. President Griffith.
Now, if you know me, you know oh wow, people were not lying. If you know me, you know I tend to come up here without writing anything, but I did for once for Anna, and I was a part of although I didn't vote, the 25% that now needs to decide a new candidate. And clearly, I believe that the best option is Hesseltine. Her strengths, her support, and I believe that her concrete actions that she will take is exactly what this student body needs. So I urge you all, please, I'll keep this brief, I know we've gone along, but please vote for Hesseltine. She is clearly the best option, and I urge you to do it.
Senator Jonak.
I move to call previous question.
Is there an objection? Okay, we'll go into previous question. If you will use the link that I've already sent out to vote again, it should be updated.
Same one we used before.
Yes.
Point of information, do we use the same link?
Yes.
Okay.
Same link. I think people here.
Yeah, use the same link as before. Has everybody had an opportunity to cast their vote?
I have.
Okay, has everybody now had the opportunity to cast their vote? Okay. Join me in congratulating the next Speaker Pro Tem, Alexa Hesseltine. raise your right hand and say "I will" at the end. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of Speaker Pro Tempore of the Student Senate and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Kansas State University Student Governing Association.
I will.
Okay, seeing that we have exhausted general orders, we'll now go into our second open period. Does anybody have a second open period speech? Senator Divalbus.
All right, so who likes free? Who likes the word free?
I like free.
Who likes the word fun? Okay, who wants to build community in SGA? Well, we want to include all of you in the engineering formal that's being thrown in the grand ballroom in the Union tomorrow night. So there's the QR code. You can register to attend. It's going to be free. It's going to be fun. We got a DJ coming. It's popping. It's going to be popping. And a specific note about the DJ, so he calls himself DJ Busy Biz, but you'll see when you come why we call him DJ Worldwide, because he's basically like off-brand Pitbull. When we found him on the website, he had the shades on. I mean, he was looking like, he was the personification of South Florida. So he's been DJ Worldwide to us all along. But anyway, scan the code, come, it's free, it's fun, and we want to be inclusive. I don't know.
Does anybody have any questions? President Griffith.
When we say off-brand Pitbull, are we talking like Target or Walmart or like Dollar General?
Ooh, I mean, whichever one's the most funky. I'd probably say Walmart, I guess. That's pretty funky.
Senator Shristava.
You need funds at the registration for that event closes at midnight on Wednesday.
I control the guest list.
That is true. That is true. We have the de facto dance chair sitting here.
Are there any further questions for the speaker? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Are there any further second open period speakers? Okay, seeing none, we will go into Senate shoutouts.
Where did Brady go? Never mind. Okay. Give me a second. Shout out to suspending the rules to extend speaker's time, now due 2,763 minutes. Shout out to confusing parking. Shout out to Jeremy for taking all of the hate for parking services. Shout out to transparency. Shout out to Senator Riz. Oh, I'm so sorry. Shout out to Anna Coke. I personally prefer her cousin Anna Pepsi, though. If I had a nickel for every pro tem candidate whose name started with an A, I've had 3 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Shout out to Senator Glanville for her courage in sharing about her grandfather and Senator Lee's compassion. Is anyone else glad that there is nothing in final action tonight? Shout out to Banana. Yep. Shout out to the intern class of 2022-2023. Oh, you know, there's some that you should just not read. And I'm just gonna not finish that one. Okay, moving on. Shout out to the halo effect on every person who's gone up to the stand. Okay, another one that I shouldn't read. We're just gonna skip this one. This is gonna be just don't hold it. Okay, this is a learning curve. First of all, I don't know how to work a mic, as you can currently see. Shout out to Chief of Staff Brady Kappelman, ready for the new position. Wait a minute, I'm not Brady Kappelman. Well, I guess he did good anyway. Shout out to Gonzaga University. Anyone who beats KU is an honorary Wildcat in my eyes. Ema. Shout out to whoever waited until our 25th speaker to turn the lights off. Shout out to Alexa. Shout out to Alexa. So proud of you. Shout out to Walmart Pitbull. Shout out to all the candidates for speaker and pro tem for being willing to put themselves out there like that. That's it.
Okay, and Speaker Pro Tem Hesseltine will take it away with our second roll call.
Okay, and I've now learned not to touch that button. Perfect. Biggs is not here. Black.
Here.
Okay, awesome. Blood.
Here.
Brugan.
Here.
Carlgan.
Here.
Coke.
Here.
Divolbus.
Here.
Edgar.
Here.
George.
Yeah.
Awesome. Glanville.
Here.
Glasscock.
Here.
Haynes.
Here.
Hannah.
Here.
I am here. Hoffman's. Hoffman.
Yup.
Holmes.
Here.
Holzmeister.
Here.
Jacobson. Jonak.
Here.
Carton.
Here.
Keen.
Here.
Kidd.
Here.
No worries. Kermer.
Here.
Lee.
Here.
Lily.
Here.
McCulloch. Moore. Otto.
Here.
Peterson. Palenko.
Here.
I'm so sorry. Bear with me. Prey. Robbie.
Here.
Rice. Richenberg.
Here.
Rizzo.
Here.
Saya.
Here.
Shavasari.
Here.
Shirky.
Here.
Srivastava.
Here.
Strunk.
Here.
Sushanik.
Here.
Talbert. Vogel. Vogelmore. Wolf.
Here.
Zacco.
Here.
Awesome.
I was gonna say, I think Prey said here on Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay. I got her. Awesome.
Okay, with that, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Senator Divalbus. We stand adjourned.
You didn't specify the
We're done.
You were funny though. I was just nervous. I think actually not because